morning.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, audible.
Just a few minutes. Good morning, Mr. Bharataj.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Morning. Just a few minutes. Our academic dean sir will be joined just a few minutes. We'll just wait for a few minutes, then we'll start.
Mr. Bharadwaj, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Okay. Uh, you did not have any problem joining on this link, no?
Of course not, sir. Of course not.
Okay. Hmm. I think probably we'll wait for a few minutes to allow some more participants to join.
Yes, sir.
Uh, okay. Hmm.
This is a new batch, sir, I believe, no?
No. This is people who have completed 1 year.
Okay.
Completed 1 year, and now they are going into the second year. So there are 2 semesters in each year.
Yes, sir.
So the first year is basically exposure to all the subjects, compulsory exposure to all the subjects.
Yes,
And
sir.
in the second year, they will choose specializations.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am on the line, sir.
Okay, sir.
Uh, Sogoto, you are there, no? Sogoto?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
What do you think? I think if we cross 60, should we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we should start punctually, but knowing what students are, and it being a Saturday, some of them may be taking their time. But all the same, we should have a practice of starting our events on time. So I think if we have 60 people on board, I think we can start the thing. Others will join in course of time.
Yes, sir.
You can drop them a message in WhatsApp that they have to join fast. Huh? Yeah,
Already I have done, sir.
yeah.
I think we start, sir.
Okay.
Aniruddha, just a minute, sir. We just yes, Aniruddha.
Hello, everyone. A very good morning to our respected Principal Sir, Professor Anupam Bhattacharya, respected our Academic Dean Sir, Professor Pradipta Kumar Banerjee, respected our Head of the Department Sir, Dr. Professor Sujit Datto, our Founder of Finance Club, respected Professor Shogato Go Sir, and all the respected faculties and all my dear comrades. I, Aniruddha Mallik, from Management Department of Second Year Finance Specialization student, will be hosting today's workshop with co-host Shohini Datto, Arijit Malik, and Madhurima Saha. Today, we are organizing our workshop in collaboration with ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, and our workshop topic is Mutual Fund Selection for the Layman. Before we start the workshop, I would request our Dean Sir to say a few words about today's workshop.
Yeah. Thank you, Aniruddha. It is my pleasure to be there in this workshop today. The workshop on mutual fund selection for the layman is a very appropriate topic at this moment because all the second year students, especially in finance specialization, will be going in for placement activities commencing practically today. Practically today. Already some companies have started coming to the campus for recruitment, and this momentum will increase in the coming months. Okay. So one of the very important aspects which many interviewers are interested to know from our students is about what they know about mutual funds. Okay. What is their exposure on mutual funds? What are mutual funds? How do you go about selecting an appropriate mutual fund for your investment needs? And how do you go through the procedure of doing the actual transaction? Now, on these matters, we need the guidance of somebody who is actually in the trade, who has already gone through the process of, giving training to people on mutual funds. And we are extremely lucky to have with us today Mr. Sanat Bharadwaj, a very, very seasoned and experienced practitioner in this field, to talk to all of us. So I would like to welcome Mr. Sanat Bharadwaj to today's event. Aniruddha, over to you. Please carry on from here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Shogoto sir to say a few words about today's workshop. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aniruddha. Good morning, sir, and good morning, all my students. Today we are very honored to stay over there to get some knowledge about the mutual funds. Every student has asked a lot of questions about the mutual funds. I think they will get the very benefited about this knowledge, and I would definitely thanks to ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund to our association with us, and thank you, Mr. Sanat Bharadwaj, to they have received my one call and he has agreed to join our sessions. So thank you very much and welcome to our IM uh, Finance Club, sir. And thank you once again. And what you, Aniruddha, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would hand over the mic to my co-host of the program, Madhurima Saha. Over to you, Madhurima.
Am I audible, Aniruddha?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Aniruddha. And good morning, everyone. So taking our program further and to begin with today's discussion, I, Madhurima Shaha, on behalf of everyone present here, heartily welcome our chief guest, Mr. Sanat Bhardwaj, who has successfully completed his academic engagement in financial module of MBA, NISM, NCFM, and FPSB. He is an accomplished author who writes column and blog on business and economics. He is now currently working as a CP trainer and content writer for NISM and also working as a corporate trainer in various banks or financial intermediary. He has a work experience about 18 years in various companies like Unit Trust of India, HDFC Asset Management Company Limited, and Enforce Directorate. He has published many papers and articles also in various colleges like IMS Kolkata, IIT Kharagpur, and Celsius College, Shiliguri. Now I would like to request him to come in this virtual stage to discuss about our today's topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhurima. And thank you, sir. Welcome to all of you and to my students here. I trust I'm audible to each one of you. And I'm going to discuss with you for one complete day about mutual fund. So let us make some small rules for this. First rule is that I will be asking few simple questions. The questions basically is not for the test, but for the purpose that, because this is an online mode, of discussion. So you keep interacting with me through chat box. So I have opened the chat box, and just a second. Can you please give me access this right so that I can be use the chat box also, sir? Okay. So you can revert to me in my chat box. That is one thing. And second, we'll have a lot of discussions regarding a small topics of the mutual fund. Fine. So the more we discuss, the more enlightened we will be at the end of the day. That is the main purpose. You can ask me any question you feel like. Right from now, you can write in the chat box. You can unmute yourself also. You can ask me questions. No problem, no interruption while you ask question. This has to go in line with that. Okay. The third thing is that, Anuji, just one request to you is that whenever you have a break to give to the students to this program, just interrupt me there itself. Fine. Because
Okay.
I will lose the track of timing as it is
Sure.
there as per the plan. So you can immediately tell me that 2 minutes, then we will break for this plan.
Sure.
It will help me. Otherwise, I will continue as it is. Fine. So
Sure,
one
sure.
help I require from you. Fantastic. Great. So can I share a presentation from here? I can share. No? Yes, screen sharing is allowed here. Okay. So to begin with the mutual fund, you see, this is a great honor for me that I am talking to the people who are getting trained for the field of finance. Now I'm talking to my students here. You see, going forward, number one, word, and number two, post-COVID. These two are the two significant things. One, post-COVID, the world has changed, and so has India also. And going forward means that when you will be say quite young to go into the industry for as a entrepreneur or as a employee for certain organization or to start your own business of plan. Fine. At that point of time, what is going to help you in all these works? That is the one thing. See, finance is something which is like a blood of a human body. It can never evaporate. It will continue to be there. You are lucky that you have chosen finance as a field of your working. Imagine this. I tell you why I said you post-COVID. These are the basic background I am giving you. Just think of a hotel industry. Just think of a civil aviation industry. No, prominent two sectors that has come to me. You can see the occupancy and the services that they are rendering today worldwide and also in India has gone down to the level of abysmal 30 to 40% compared to what it was pre-COVID. And look at the finance. Can you imagine a company can work without working of a finance? No. Finance has to be there, whether you work at a smaller level or at a bigger level, at whatever scale you're operating into, finance has to be there. Now, in that finance, everybody talks about two things that you must have been knowing that. One is the personal finance and one is the corporate finance. Now, corporate finance is something which is a very big subject where a lot of things are there, and we are not discussing today, making it relevant for the corporate finance. What we are doing here, something to deal with the personal finance. See, as we are growing in our life, as we are growing in our profession, we are earning a lot, we are accumulating wealth, and to manage those wealth, the separate segment is there that is called personal finance. No. And when we talk about personal finance, and then comes this element of mutual fund. So you can feel the connect that I'm trying to give it to you is that entire economy, so many sectors, some performing sectors, some are not performing today, or could be say partially performing today. But whatever is there, going forward means performing sectors or partially performing sectors, all needs to have a finance engagement of the students who has got an insight on the finance. Now, when you say, okay, I'm a finance trained guy, So which area you will be contributing to? You can contribute in the personal finance or you can contribute in the business finance. Now, business finance has got many branches. Today, we are not discussing with you about the business finance. So coming to the personal finance, that deals with the individual wealth management, wealth creation, wealth preservation, wealth planning. You know, I am using some different words, but the meanings are same, simple. The most important what I'm trying to tell you over here is that this structure of reaching from the entire economy, percolating to the personal finance, and then coming to a small element called mutual fund is something you need to explain to those who are going to be your acquaintances, your friends, your teachers, your professors, your prospective employers also. No. So one thing that I could able to give you an idea about how the entire economy and the personal finance is attached. That is one thing. Second, whatever I have told you here, or whatever I will be telling you is my opinion. Okay. In economics, in finance, nobody is wrong. Especially when I will speak about capital market, no. Here, nobody is wrong. Everybody is right. Who is right or wrong, the time will decide. At the point of taking decisions, we all are right. No. So feel free to speak out your, अपने मन में जो बात है, you must speak out. Do not hesitate to hold yourself back. That is the secret of success in the corporate world, which is very competitive. In corporate world, if you withhold your emotions, withhold your statements, your words, your sentences, no, then you are giving someone else an opportunity. And you have given this opportunity, not that somebody else has taken this opportunity. You have given by choosing not to speak. Fine. So I always urge upon my students over here that please feel free to ask me questions, speak to me. I cannot see here chat box right now.
Sir, actually, the thing is that the chat box should be disabled. The thing is that if any one student wants to ask any question, please raise your hand.
Okay. So this is the method through which students must have by now understood. So you feel free to ask the questions from beginning itself. Fine. And moreover, you are into second year of your master's program, so naturally by now you are quite matured, I will say. No? So fair enough. So the two part, one part is linking the entire economy with the personal finance, that is up to the mutual fund, and second part is that you must spell out your thoughts, your questions into this. These two are now going forward to explain you the mutual funds. Now I have brought a small presentation which I will be running through small slides and all slowly, and that will help you to understand basically what I'm trying to tell you. In the first, say, half an hour, I will take time to explain you just one slide, and that is, can I say the screen sharing? Can you enable it? If I can be allowed to share the screen, or then I can show you at least. Fine. So once I'm allowed, I can show you those screens also. Now, see, when I say what is the mutual fund, people will normally ask you, I came across mutual fund, I know about mutual fund. What do you know about mutual fund? The first definition is required. Now, what is mutual fund? You can say. It's a simple thing. First line I will say, mutual fund is a financial intermediary. Very simple. What is this? It's like a bank. Yeah, it's like a bank. Bank is also a financial intermediary. What is that? You individually are depositing surpluses into bank, and bank in turn is investing in the capital market and the loan market. Close. No. Similarly, let us say insurance company. You as a policy holder are depositing money with the insurance company, and insurance company is further investing that money into capital market and loan market. Simple. Similarly, your mutual fund is in the same business. You as a unit holder, see, look at the name I am changing. In case of bank, I said depositor. In case of insurance, I said policy holder. In case of mutual fund, I am saying unit holder. No, so these are the significant differences. I will elaborate you in the data, in the entire data. So unit holders are those who deposit their surpluses in the schemes of mutual fund, and then the scheme of mutual funds managed by fund managers will be deploying those into capital market. Same process. So you can say, as I understood bank, as I understood insurance company, as I understood NBFC, non-banking finance company, all are nothing but a financial intermediary it works in between a depositor and the capital market. Depositor is the place from where they borrow money. Yes, you can say they borrow money. And the capital market is the place where they lend money. No. So we are trying to use different words to convey you the same meaning, is that mutual funds, like any other financial institution, are financial intermediary where those who have got surplus, say I have got some savings, so I will say surplus. You have got some savings, so you got a surplus. Right? Any company's got some saving, it's called surplus. So surpluses are parked, invested. We will use the word investment. Surpluses are invested in the mutual funds, and mutual fund in turn will deploy those money into capital market. What is capital market? I will explain you. And thereafter that money is invested, then managed, fund managed, fine. And from there the return is brought back into the schemes, and then schemes will give you capital gain or dividend, and that's the complete process. No, I could have shown you. No, it's not so far. Okay. So, okay, fine. So this is the entire process through which you can go about. No, that means mutual fund is a financial intermediary. It's an investment vehicle through which an investor who is having surplus, who wants to invest, they can put their investment into the different schemes of mutual fund, and the different scheme of mutual fund are managed by fund manager. So new word, fund manager, and that fund manager will be deploying those investment into mutual fund, into capital market, and then capital market he has to manage the funds. What he does here, I will explain later on, little bit of that. Risk management, return management. Risk has to be minimized and return has to be maximized. No, that's the principle. And based on that, the money comes back in the form of a net asset value, in the form of a value, no, into the schemes, and then it comes back to you individually as in the form of dividend and capital gain. No, simple definition, a simple structure. It's a much like any other financial institution. And do you know the best part is that, no, if you can explain this definition in context of Indian mutual fund, you can explain this definition in context of entire world. Almost every developed nation, every developing nation has got mutual fund, and you should be aware of this. Worldwide, every developed nation, every developing nation has got a mutual fund. And the definition and the interpretation of mutual fund, about its structure, about its working, it's the same all over the world. Whether you are working in India or working in elsewhere in any other country, it will appear same to you. No. So I trust a small definition is okay. No, I use a couple of words here. I trust anybody having any doubt, please do raise a question, and please do raise. And you have to do two things. You have to ask me question. Number two, you have to practice speaking. Yes, whatever you know, that is important. But even more important is that what you speak. I don't know what you know. I know what you speak. Okay. So always an ask question. So I used here few words. I used here financial vehicle, financial intermediary, depositors, investors, capital market, schemes of mutual fund, risk minimization, return maximization, fund management, net asset value, and thereafter dividend and capital gain. Fine. So this way you can make out how the mutual fund works, how the mutual fund looks like. Fine. No. When we say what are the mutual funds which is operating in our country, and then you can have a lot of examples. I trust you must have been reading newspaper. I trust this. Nowadays, of course, in COVID, physical papers are not so commonly used. So electronically, you can do this, fine. And you must have been watching different this electronic channels, no, where you can see how it is being explained, narrated, anchored, and all that. Also, you can see. Okay, so you see. So when we see this, when we see all these things, then you can find out what are the different mutual fund names that comes to you. Do you know the largest mutual fund in our country in terms of asset under management? This is called AUM. No, this is called AUM. I will correlate this word with banking so that it becomes easier for you to understand. The largest bank in our country is the State Bank of India. No, largest bank in our country is State Bank of India. And when we say SBI, SBI has got a huge deposits from so many people. All the companies, all the people, they are having an account in the State Bank of India. Can you imagine the total amount that the State Bank of India is having as a part of their total mobilization? Can somebody?
Mr. Bharadwaj, I am sorry to interrupt you. Very sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Now you are in the co-host. Please share your PPT. You can it's accessible.
Oh, fantastic! It is fantastic.
Thank you, sir. I'm very sorry for that, sir.
No problem. So this slide, I will be using very less of slide, more of a discussion with you. And just a second, let me make it a little bigger slide. So because then you can concentrate. That will tell you a lot of things. That will tell you, right? And yeah, fantastic. Yes, I can see, and I can also open my. Okay, yeah, it is not there. It's not working. It's not working. Okay, fine, no problem. So yeah, so you can see this presentation now, and one slide will be enough for me to explain, and that will give you great insight. I will repeating all those what I said just now, and then I will come to this concept of AUM, and then with the banking comparison. And you can see here is you. Who are you? You are an investor. And who you could be? You could be individual. Yes, me and you. You could be HUF, Hindu Undivided Family. Yes. You could be a company. You could be a trust. You could be a society. You could be an association of person, AOP. You could be a government. You could be an FI, foreign institutional investor. You could be an NRI. You could be an PIO, person of Indian origin. And say you could be also foreign citizens. Yes. If foreign citizens comply with the rules of KYC, I will explain you KYC a little later. Fine. They are also free to invest in Indian mutual fund. No. So who you could be? Investor. Fine. So they are all investors. They all have got surpluses. So what we say is that investors deposits their surpluses into the schemes of mutual fund. I am using this word, schemes of mutual fund, not mutual fund. Schemes of mutual fund. Because mutual fund has got so many schemes, almost some 35, 40, 50, sometimes even 100 schemes per mutual fund. Yes. So you invest in different types of schemes, and that investment is being managed by a fund manager. Of course, you are a student of finance, so you have a great dream, and in the field of finance, the fund management is one of the very coveted posts, very coveted post, very coveted position, and it's a great glamorous position, great responsibility, great remuneration, and a lot of glamour attached to this. Fine. So here he sits here. Look at my cursor. He's a fund manager, and from here this is being put into capital market. So what is there in the capital market? I will tell you, it's an equity market, debt market, currency market, commodity market. No, capital market has got 4 different underlying assets: equity, debt, currency, and commodity. I will not complex it, will not make it complex, very simple. So capital market, you put into, let us say, equity and debt. And what is the purpose of putting here? Fund management. You have to do fund management over here. Fine. And how do you do this? Look at these 2 sentences. Risk minimization, return maximization. Now, this is something you will say, oh my God, this is a little different. I read all this while that if you take more risk, you will have a higher return. No, that's what we read. I think if you have in the curriculum so far, if you have reached to this Markovich mean variance theory or modern portfolio theory and all, and you must have read there, at least one line you must remember this. Also in the +2, I think, graduation also you must have heard this. And if you take more risk, you have a higher return. Or you can say you have a higher probability of return. That's fine. But look at the concept out here. Concept is that you have to minimize your risk and you have to maximize your return. That's the concept. Investor does not pay you for the purpose of simple investment and return. No, he pays you for the purpose of doing fund management. And the underlying spirit for this is that the risk has to be minimized and return has to be maximized. That's the underlying spirit. Okay, and the net asset value is put into, and the value is called net asset value in this scheme. So whatever value gain you have, or sometimes value loss also, no, value gain, value loss, and that is put into the schemes. That is called net asset value. Your value goes up, comes down, goes up, comes down. No, it can also go up subsequently, fine. So that is called net asset value, and then you get it back in the form of dividend or capital gain. That's the entire structure in which that is. I told you just now. I'm not able to show you a picture also. Fine. Now, what is important here for you to understand is that every investor wants certain return. No, fixed return. You talk to anybody, he will say, oh my God, I want fixed return, certain return. And where do you invest? That gives you uncertainty. No, that is the basic management that you are supposed to do. That market will give you uncertain return, but investor wants certain return, and therefore this entire activity has to be managed brilliantly. That's a fund management. Fine. Somebody will ask you, what did you spend one day with the Mr. Bharadwaj learning about mutual fund? Tell me 2 things that you learn in the first 1 hour. And you can say, yeah, I could able to learn one thing is about the fund management. That fund management basically is about managing risk in a way that risk gets minimized, but return gets maximized. You can also say, I also learned that while mutual fund invests in capital market, which gives you uncertain return, but investor of mutual funds always think about having some kind of certainty in the return. That's what they have to do management. No, they may ask you that who all could be the investors in mutual fund. You will say, there are all individuals, all the company, all the trust, all the societies, all the association of persons, all the NRI, all the PIO, all the FIs, they all can, even government can invest in mutual fund. Anybody and everybody can invest in mutual fund, subject to KYC, know your customer. If you can get your KYC done, fantastic, you are eligible to do that. Fine. You may have some idea, you may have some question in your mind. Sir, can a minor invest in mutual fund? Minor means anybody below 18 years of age. No, many of you could be minor, I believe, or many of you could be, of course, post 18, I trust, but many of you could be also less than 18. If you are, yes, you can. A minor can also invest in mutual fund in the schemes of mutual fund. Yes, in the schemes of mutual fund. How? He will be represented by his father or his mother or his guardian. No, because he himself is still a minor, so he needs to be represented by either any one of parents or a guardian. He can invest it. Once you become 18-year-old, then you will transfer your investments as minor to major. And you become now major, you can sign, you can do transaction independently, and fine, everything is full and fine. Yes, a minor can also invest. Anybody and everybody can invest. No, fantastic. Now, when I use the word KYC, I will elaborate that in the second segment, third segment. That's very, very important. If you're going into the field of finance, KYC is the most important thing. Most important. Everywhere you go to the security market, you go to the banking market, go to the insurance market, go to the any loan market and all, you will find every transaction has to be vetted through the KYC process. Know your customer has to be there. It's a very big topic. I will come to that little later. So these are the few things that you could able to learn here. Now I was talking about that, like a bank, what is the biggest mutual fund in India as of date? No. So I was trying to give you an idea about the bank. Bank, State Bank of India is the largest bank in our country. We all have our account with SBI, many of us, and all have got a lot of money with SBI. I have a question to you. Please respond to me if you have a process through which you can respond to me. What is the total amount of deposits that SBI has mobilized from India? We call it NDTL, net demand and time liability. You can say simple deposit, no problem. NDTL, net demand and time liability. Let us understand this thing also. What is demand and what is time? your deposits in the form of savings account and current accounts can be always a function of your demand. You can withdraw anytime. Demand is a function. You can withdraw anytime. That's a demand. And your FD and RD has got a time function, 3 year, 5 year, 7 year, 9 year, 10 year. No, like that. So time functions with fixed deposit and RD, and demand function with current accounts and savings accounts. So it is called net demand and time liability. No, actually in bank you have only 4 accounts to deposit. In savings accounts, current account, RD account and FD account. So that is demand account and time account. No. So total NDTL, net demand. No. So State Bank of India has got a huge deposit base, net demand and time liability. Can you imagine? It is something around 37 lakh crore rupees. Yes. Touching around 38 lakh crore rupees. Big. No, it's too big. Compared to that, mutual fund is not so big. No. Total banks in India, the total deposit that they have mobilized, all banks put together, fine, all banks put together, it's roughly around 150 lakh crore rupees. Almost 150 lakh crore rupees. Okay. But in Indian context, if you see the mutual fund, it is almost 1/5. Almost 1/5. We are in mutual fund industry is roughly around 32-33 lakh crore rupees. No. So bank is too big, a much bigger institution than a mutual fund. You can of course accept it. Yes, of course accept it. I tell you, when I joined mutual fund in 1994, long back, almost literally 25-26 years back, 1994. Those days, mutual fund was even small, very, very small. The total corpus under mutual fund was roughly around 40,000 or 45,000 crore rupees, less than 50,000 crore rupees. But look at the growth in last 20-25 years, no, 25 years or so. From 50,000 crore rupees, we have gone up to now 32-33 lakh crore rupees, and the present banking is quite big, 150 lakh crore rupees. No, so you can make out that of course bank is quite big, very big. But mutual fund is also picking up very fast. It's the fastest growing financial sector, financial institution in our country. But of course, not bigger than bank as of date. Fine. Now I give you an illustration. How is this different than in the other country? Let us say example of America. No, America. In America, the mutual fund is far bigger than the bank. Hello. In America, the mutual fund is far bigger than the bank. Yes, almost 8 to 10 times. Say bank over there is X NDTL, net demand and time liability. The total deposit that bank has got is around say X amount. The mutual fund is 10X, nearly 8 to 10X. That's the range. In our country, we are 1/5 of bank and they are 8 times of bank. That's America and we are India. No. That means as we grow in future, as we develop more, as we create more wealth, as the interest rate will decline, more and more money, more and more public wealth will be in the mutual fund, and you can have astronomical growth in the mutual fund. And so you should learn this mutual fund industry, and you must explain, you must practice this speaking. I always request my students, no, please make a small video of 5 minutes. That's all, 5 minutes video, and put it on YouTube on mutual fund. That's the best thing that you can do for the society, is that at least 100% will watch your video. I can tell you, more than 100. In your case, of course, you have got a kind of cartel that you have, cartel in the sense you're connected with the students and friends, no? And you will find so many persons writing their feedback, their comments. No, this will actually give you a lot of help. Put that into your LinkedIn account. Your LinkedIn account is under watch. Yes, I'm telling you. It's a professional platform where people watches you. When you go for an interview of your job and you give a good interview, then you say, yes, I am selected. But then there is some gap between your selection and HR. HR, human resource department. They look at your social profile. They will look at your LinkedIn profile. And there, suppose you have given some good illustration about your workings, your knowledge, your exhibitions, people commenting good, yeah, well done. In that case, no, chances of you outbidding your competitors is much higher. Yes, nowadays HR departments look at your social media accounts. So exhibit your talent. Whatever you learn, you put it over there. You say that I have attended this seminar, you say that I have read this book, you say that I have got this kind of marks, I have got this kind of grade, I have got this kind of citation, this kind of certificate, put it, post it, advertise yourself. No, advertise yourself. So do make a presentation, a small presentation in the form of PPT on YouTube, fine. And let it be posted over there. Put the link with your LinkedIn. That's one assignment that I have given you. No, do it as per your convenience and as per your choices. It will really help you. Trust me, it will give you a lot of confidence. So the one thing is now that I'm concluding is now that American setup of AMC, AMC means asset management company, fine. Mutual fund, that's a quite big compared to what we have so far understood about the Indian context. No, but going forward, could be that by the time you get matured in the market, no, this market of mutual fund will be quite big, much bigger. And with a lot of capital coming into this market, no, I identify this name as a asset under management. So what I was using NDTL for a bank, I will be using AUM for a bank, for a mutual fund, asset under management. Okay. So this was the simple definition of a mutual fund and one illustration that what could be the potential future of Indian mutual fund vis-a-vis what is happening in America. No, interesting idea. Now, the third question that I'm taking up here in this session is about few more words. You can see these words: portfolio, diversification, asset allocation, and financial planning. So these are the 4 words that needs to be done. Everybody has to follow this, whether you say or not, whether you claim it or do not claim it. But actually we follow this. Portfolio, diversification, asset allocation, and financial planning. And I think you can see these 4 words. Now you see in the full day program as I am with you, and I will be probably able to tell you some around 25-30 new words. Or I will say words with respect to the mutual fund. And I tell you, so it's easy in life, no? If you can practice those 30-35 words, simple, and you are a master of mutual fund. Yes. And do you know the kind of career that mutual fund offers you? Great remuneration, great satisfaction in terms of when you are managing others' wealth. Your opinion, your conclusion, no, all these matters too much. You really have a insight about the finance, business, economics, capital market. It's a great satisfactory career, I tell you. I spent nearly 12 plus 8, 20 years as a full-time employee, and for past 6 years as a corporate trainer. And I have seen some great success story who are into this industry. How to become like that, how to emulate them, how to be very simple start. Do not be too much, do not expect, do not put yourself in too much of pressure, do not take too much of pressure. Simple. 30-35 words you need to explain. Make 3 or 4 or 5 presentation on YouTube. Appear in one examination called NISM 5A. NISM is a body of a SEBI. Fine. It's academic arm of a SEBI. You have to pass certification to become eligible in a mutual fund or bank. No, that's a certification. It's called NISM 5A. Just pass this. And now it is up to you. How good you speak? And I was watching while many of you, I think 2 of your colleagues were speaking right now. No? So they spoke fantastic. No, so this kind of narrative has to be there, and I'm so pleased to see when I look at the students around Calcutta and I will say in eastern part of India, no, they are very, very fluent with their language. Yes. And always make up in your mind, language is not important. Whether you speak in English or in Bangla or in Hindi, it does not matter. What matters is the content of your speech. Nowadays, English is no more required. I'm telling you, though I'm speaking over here in English, that's a different, it's a choice. In industry, the content and the narratives is more important, not the language. No, gone are the days when we used to say that if somebody is speaking language English, then he is gone, all gone. Speak Bangla, speak Hindi, speak English, whatever you want, but speak full throttle. No, that's right. So these words are very, very important. Let us say these 3-4 words one by one. One is portfolio. Fantastic. Diversification, powerful word, very, very powerful. Asset allocation, financial planning. So what is asset allocation? To get into asset allocation word, first of all, we should know what are the assets. No, what are the different assets? And you can correlate, just see in your home. Do not see elsewhere. Do not look at the book. Books are very boring, I know this. No, I'm not a great student like you all, but I found books were a little boring for me. So whatever you want to learn around yourself. Look at in your home. What are different assets that you have in your home? Just think of that. You have a physical assets, you have financial assets. Physical assets are your house, your building, your car. No, these are your physical assets. Your financial assets are your investment in the bank, mutual fund, equity, non-banking finance companies. No, these are the different places where you have investments. These are the financial assets. So physical assets, financial assets. And we are not discussing today physical assets, so I'm just leaving it. Coming to the financial assets, you have 4 types of financial assets. One is called equity, one is called debt, one is called currency, and one is called commodity. No, 4 types of financial assets. Equity, I trust you know this. I trust you know this. Equity. We'll have some small discussion in equity also a little later. I trust you know debt also. I trust you know currency also. No, currency, you know, buying. In India, we do not invest in currency. Yeah. We in India are not allowed to invest in currency because we do not have a capital account convertibility. Okay. We do not have this capital account. But if you go to the other country, we have a capital account convertibility. You can invest in the currency very well. But we can trade in currency. Yes, we can trade in currency, but we cannot invest in currency. Fine. If you have a currency as your part of a specialization in the finance, you will learn a lot about this. It's a very, very great market. And commodity. All these now is coming into the commodity. Agri commodities, metals, bullions, oil, gold, silver, precious stone, all. Now even real estate is now coming into commodity. Real estate investment trust, REIT. Very, very recently it has been introduced. Now look at how big this asset allocation. When you allocate your money in different asset class, that is called asset allocation. No, I'm just giving you a brief understanding, an introductory understanding of all the things which is around mutual fund. Because see, I always look you students with a great respect. Why? I will tell you. I was in class 11th, I will say, long back, you can see in 1986-87. And I read one William Wordsworth poem, and one line I am remembering that. The child is the father of man. I remember that. You must have read it. The child is the father of man. Every coming generation is more alert, more decisive, more intelligent than the previous one. That's what I believe. So this introduction part of mutual fund is what used to be elaborate one. Anybody asking you that 1 hour you were introducing the mutual fund, were getting introduced, what all you were introduced to, and then you can say, sir, we are introduced to all these things. This entire mutual fund. Yes, this is entire mutual fund. No. So let us come one by one. So from investor, mutual fund, capital market risk minimization, return maximization, NAV, capital gain dividend. No, I am now coming into asset allocation. There are 4 types of financial assets. We have equity, we have a debt, we have a currency, we have a commodity. We are not discussing all one by one right now, but overall you can say if your capital are distributed across different financial asset class, that is called asset allocation. No, the process of distribution, across series of asset class, across series of equity, across series of debt is diversification. This process is diversification. You must have read one very famous one-liner. Don't put all your egg into one basket. No, why do you do that? Don't put all your egg into one basket. Why do you do that? You do that because if basket fell off, all the eggs gone. No, all the eggs. If it is in the one. Diversification. Put your egg in different baskets. So put your capital in different baskets, different asset class. So you know diversification. The process of distributing your assets in different asset class is diversification. And this collectively is called portfolio. No, this collectively is called portfolio. I will exhibit you the kind of portfolio you should know in the mutual fund. And I will show you after say once I complete this segment, I will show you what are different portfolio. How does this look like? And why do you do this? All this tamasa? No, why do we do this? All this tamasa? We do it for the purpose of meeting our financial objective, financial goals of the life, and that is called financial planning. No, and how do you achieve this? Mutual fund is simple. No, mutual fund is simple. Normally we say investment in mutual fund are subject to market risk. Please read offer document carefully before making investment. And I read this, remember this, speak it. What is market risk? I will explain you after some time. But mutual fund is about these utilization of this entire segment, this entire course. Any question up to here? I have so far only trying to introduce you to mutual fund by different means, different. Now I will give you an example. Fine, I will give you an example. But first of all, any query, any question, and you can unmute yourself and always ask question. I think probably you have something called raising hand. So you can raise hand and then you will be permitted probably by the coordinator to ask you question. So please feel free. Or anything that you feel that you have learned something new over here today. Or anything that you think you were aware of and it's getting repeated. You must speak out for 2 minutes. I'm giving you 2-3 minutes time for you to speak. Jarur boliye. If you are given an opportunity to speak, take this opportunity. Nahi bolenge, so I will never come to know how good you are. You are quite good. I know this. I told you in the beginning. No, you must see this opportunity to speak. Correct, na? कोई सवाल हुआ आपको यहाँ पे, you feel that oh yes, something is more to be discussed about the certain return, uncertain return, risk minimization, or I have not gone too deep into, not too deep rather, I have not superficially deep in risk minimization return. The complete process is there, but I'm trying to introduce you this entire mutual fund concept. You will come to know about these kind of words like it's a pool of investment. Yeah. When depositors put their money into schemes of mutual fund, everybody put it. So it's a pooling collection. It's a pooling. It's a collection. No, it's a pooling. It's a pool of investment. People will say this. It's an investment vehicle. It's a financial intermediary. Why? Depositors, investors invest their surpluses into the schemes of mutual fund. They deploy it into the capital market. What is it in the capital market? We have equity, we have a debt, we have a currency, we have a commodity in the capital market. And you have fund manager in the mutual fund who is managing these all different investments in different asset class. What does he do? He does risk minimization and return maximization. And that comes back in the form of net asset value and goes back to in the form of dividend or capital gain. And look here, I have not written here interest. Yes, mutual fund does not pay you interest. Mutual fund does not pay you interest. Mutual fund pays you dividend or capital gain. And this will have a significant difference when you talk about the taxation of mutual fund, because taxation of interest is different and taxation of dividend or capital gain is different. Okay, fine. So I trust no question means satisfied people. No question means satisfied people. No. So let me share now a new examples. Let me give you some of the examples and how the schemes looks like. How the scheme looks like. Fine. Let me give you some examples. Now I'm moving to a new sharing, and that will give you an understanding what I tried to tell you. This should be, yeah, I think this will give you, this will be the new sharing. No, and you can see this. You can see this. Can you see? This is called fact sheet. This is called fact sheet. Every mutual fund publish this every month. Every mutual fund publish this every month. We have roughly around 47, 48 mutual fund in our country. ICICI is one among them. ICICI is one among them. We have around 47, 48 mutual fund. ICICI is one among them. Fine. And look at the schemes they have written. What is it? Equity schemes. And I will tell you one by one, slowly. Fund of fund schemes. Just wait. Debt schemes, equity and debt. Come to this. Let us come. This is the part of their commentary on the economy. We will not go into this. It's today we do not have mandate to go into this. And we will go into schemes to see how schemes looks like and what all you know. If I can show you, yeah. Let us say one scheme called Blue Chip. No, it's one of the scheme of a ICICI. I'm giving you for example. Now just try to understand this. Just look at this. This is one scheme, and they have written something like this here. I will explain you slowly one by one. An open-ended equity scheme, predominantly investing in large capitalizations stock. Category large cap fund. Can you see this? You can ask your parents, Papa, if you invest in a mutual fund, you invest in which kind of scheme? You will say, it's an open-ended equity scheme. So you will say, what is equity? I know. When you invest in a series of stocks, that's an equity. And open-ended is that whenever you feel like you can buy, whenever you feel like you can sell, anytime purchase and sell. That's an open-ended. So open-ended equity scheme. And then comes large cap. Now this is the new word. What is a large cap? What is a mid cap? And what is a small cap? No.
Mr. Bharadwaj, I am Professor Banerjee. Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah. What I find is that the resolution of the figures is getting it is hazy. So if you reduce the enlargement to maybe 100, it may become more focused. But will it be readable?
From my side, it's okay. Yes,
it is okay. Are the students able to? I think some student can raise his hand and say, is it readable or not?
Yeah, 1, 2, yeah. A lot of responses.
Readable?
Yes, sir. It is readable.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Readable. Okay, fine. Then it's okay. It's okay. All right. Just sorry for the interruption. Please carry on. Yeah.
So fantastic, great. So I liked it. Yeah. So I couldn't see some 3, and Aditya raised a hand. I think 2 more were there. So thank you, Aditya, and 2 more name have just not slipped. So Aditya, thank you, Aditya, and others also. Fine. Sony also, fantastic, Sony. Thank you, so nice of you. And also please feel free to speak. Yeah, do not be hesitant. No, I am a very, very harmless creature. I will not harm you. Fine. So speak with me. So you look here, open-ended equity scheme. No, and then you will say open-ended means anytime you can withdraw, anytime you can invest. That's open-ended. That means you have an open-ended, so you have a closed-ended also. In closed-ended, you can invest at one point of time, and then you have to wait till it says that please withdraw now. So there's a gap between. It's not immediately you can buy and sell. Every day you can buy and sell. That's a closed-ended. So open-ended, closed-ended, and one more is also called interval fund, where the feature of open-ended and closed-ended both are combined together. So that's no interval. I will come to that a little later again. Fine. So you can say open-ended equity schemes. Now, this fund house has got this scheme which says I will invest in the large capitalized company. So what is large cap? Then you will have a what is mid cap. Then you will have what is small cap. I tell you, no, it's a very exciting prospect. I don't know whether you are exposed to concepts of trading, stock market. Very, very exciting. And I will suggest to you, I gave you one task, no, that you prepare your own YouTube 5 minutes videos, upload it. That's your contribution to the society for the financial literacy. Suppose if 60 are here present, if even 30 are able to place it, then 30 makes 30 point multiplied by 5 minutes, so 1.5 hours of videos. Nearly 1,000% will of course get understand. They will understand. Yeah, something is there called mutual fund, open-ended, closed-ended, asset allocation, diversification, portfolio, risk maximization, risk minimization, return maximization, fund management. No, these are the words with which we explain mutual fund to our audience, to our customers. Practice this. Okay. So comes here large cap, mid cap, and small cap. Just give me 2 minutes time here to understand. What is a large, mid, and a small in context of mutual fund has been defined by SEBI. Okay, nobody else can define. SEBI is regulator of mutual fund. I didn't say this word. Oh, I should have said it in the beginning itself. There are 4 types of financial regulators. There are 4 financial regulators in this market. They are regulating Indian financial system. One is SEBI. One is RBI, one is IRDA, and one is PFRDA. SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India, it regulates mutual fund, stock exchanges, and all the capital market activities. No, listed activities. Whatever is listed in the market, no, they will do this. Powerful, very, very powerful. Then you have a RBI. RBI is regulating all the banks, all the NBFC, non-banking finance company, and the currency market in forward segment. Yes, in exchange segment, it's a SEBI. And in the forward segment, it's a RBI. So RBI and SEBI. And then you have a IRDA for all insurance organizations, policies. The regulator is IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. No, IRDA. Every country has this structure. And you have a recently, almost not recently, a decade back, PFRDA, and that is called Pension Fund Regulator and Development Authority. No, that is for the regulating pension funds in the investment. So these are 4 investment regulators. So SEBI is one who regulates mutual fund. Fine. SEBI will decide. SEBI has defined what is large cap, mid cap, and small cap. Now coming to large cap, what is this? First of all, what is the capitalization for a company? I have a question, and because I now know few names. I know at least 2. I recall now two new names, Aditya and Sohini. No. So I'm naming you for the liberty because you have raised your hand. So I know your name now. Others' name I do not know. Can you tell me which is the largest market capitalized company of our country? Which is the largest maximum market capitalization? Which company in India is having? You can make a guess also. Yes, you can make a guess also. And I believe you will be always right. Right. Largest market capitalization of the company, individual company, not a group. You can say Tata is a group. Yes, Tata has got 20, 30, 40, 50 companies. I'm talking of one company.
The Reliance Industries.
Yes, absolutely correct. No, this way you should try. No, this way you should speak. ऐसे बोलने का. हाँ, बहुत अच्छा बोला. Reliance Industries. You know, Reliance Industries market capitalization is roughly around 14 lakh crore rupees. Can you imagine? No, just imagine. Mukesh Ambani, the promoter, holds 50% shares, around 55 or so. Means his wealth from one company roughly amounts to 7 lakh crore rupees. Can you imagine? How did you come to this number 14 lakh crore rupees? You will say, sir, it's very simple. A company has got a number of shares. Total number of outstanding shares multiplied by market price becomes your market capitalization. Big company, huge number of market shares, huge number of shares that they have floated in the market, and roughly 2,000 rupees of the price. Multiply that, you come to 14 lakh crore rupees. Very large, huge. So starting from Reliance, next up to 1 to 100 is called large cap. No, starting from Reliance, 1 to 100 is large cap. Large cap means 1 to 100 in terms of market capitalization. Starting from Reliance, next 100. From 101 to 250 means next 150. Getting my point? 101 to 250, next 150 is your mid cap. And anything less than 251 plus one word will be your small cap. So large cap, mid cap, small cap. The most popular word that you will come in the industry is about large cap, mid cap, small cap. The most popular word. And now you should know this. Large cap means large capitalization. Mid cap means mid capitalization. Small cap means a small capitalization. I will do one small exercise. I will note down all the 30, 35, 40 words that I'm right now speaking to you. Fine. We'll prepare 2 pages, just 2 pages, single 2 pages, just naming all those, because you might be forgetting this in course of program, and we'll send it to your professor. So that if you know these 30, 35 things, you have listened to me, learned me, just keep Googling this. And then you become master of mutual fund. You go to the mutual fund and walk into any mutual fund office. I don't know whether you have gone to or not, but you make it a point. No, if you go to AGC Bose Road, there are a lot of mutual fund offices. ICICI, SBI, Reliance, and all are there. Just walk into. They will offer you a cup of tea, cup of coffee. Yes. Chai pee ke chal dene ka aur kya? At least you know what is mutual fund. The way you walk into a bank, you should also walk into mutual fund. Just collect some sample literatures, sample leaflets. Just see it, what all are written. You will find these are the written over there. Just watch what the guys over there sitting on the counter, they speak to people. They will say, sir, it's an open-ended fund. Please invest into this. You can withdraw anytime you feel like. So it's a large cap fund, quite stable. So it's a mid cap fund. It can give you higher return. So it's a small cap fund, fantastic performance in long term. Little more risky, but fantastic performance. Look at the wordings that they say. See, I tell you, you are in college right now. Jindagi badi achhi hoti hai college ki. I don't know whether you feel it like or not, but once you will come into the job, no, then you will realize how good, great was the day in the colleges. Fantastic life. I don't know. How do you feel this now? And abhi to hum log bahut miss karte hain college. Isliye when I get an opportunity to speak in the college, no, I always love to speak to you. I recall my college days. In college time, should not have any inhibition. Kuch galti ho gaya, log maaf kar denge. Koi dikkat nahi hai. Visit your mutual fund offices. Visit banks. Go and speak to the people over there. Puchiye ki sir, what all skill I should have that I can be one probable candidate to be interviewed at your office. Kya bura lagta hai puchne mein? Kuch bura nahi lagta hai. They will not treat you badly. I tell you. बिठाएगा, चाय पिलाएगा, पानी पिलाएगा. चले. Literature collect करने. You should go and collect literatures. Read them. Read them. No. So there will come these words: large cap, mid cap, small cap. No, large capitalized company, mid capitalized company, small. So how this large cap works like, you can see it. No, if I go a little below, then you will see, oh, this is the call portfolio. Can you see this word portfolio? I discussed, no? And a series of stocks, series of securities, when combined, collected together, is called portfolio. You can say this is the equity asset class. Yes, it is equity asset class. You can also say, sir, it is here written debt. Yes, it is debt also. Little bit of debt. 1 or 2%, 3% debt. It's an equity oriented scheme. So they normally keep a lot of equity and a very significant portion as a debt. So you can see, yes, sir, I can see asset class, equity asset class. I can see debt asset class. Total together, there is nothing but diversification. And this should be called a portfolio. And incidentally, it's an open-ended fund with a large capitalization orientation. Look at the company name and you can see, yes, I know these companies. You know Maruti Suzuki, जिस पे आप चलते हैं सुबह शाम, टैक्सी, जो टैक्सी बोलते हैं उसको क्या बोलते हैं, कार बोलते हैं, TVS Motor, है ना, 2%, ICICI Bank, they have put in 9%, Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, 8%, 5%, no. So this way, State Bank, why? He will explain you. Who is he? Will explain you. He is the fund manager. Look at the fund manager, Anis Tokle. Difficult to pronounce. No, Anis Tokle, managing this fund since September 2018 and overall 26 years of experience. Rajat Chandar, managing this funds July 17 and overall 17, a junior person along with him, and Vaibhav Dushar is also 9 years of experience. No, it's a team of fund managers. No, 3 are not known, but there are also a series of people to support them. Research, a lot of things are there. You have a security research, you have a risk management team, you have a valuation team. And so this way you have a big team over here. He will tell you why he chose SBI only 0.5% and why did he choose ICICI Bank. Normally they do not disclose this because investment decisions are subject to only audit, not for public discussion. So that's one limitation you can say, sir, I wanted to know why did you do this? No, it is not as per your choice. No, it will be as per the choice and the scheme objective. So you can see it, you can observe. If you feel comfortable, you can continue in this scheme. If you feel, no, I am not happy with this kind of portfolio, exit. It's open-ended. You can withdraw your amount any point of time. No. So you can see the schemes name. You can see the sectors also, auto sectors, banking sector, cement sector, construction sector, consumer, no, you can find some sectors here. And 1%, 2%, 3%, 4% no small. This is diversification. No, with examples you will never forget. What is diversification? It's the asset allocation across different assets or distribution of your assets across different securities. It's a diversification. How do you name this? I call it a portfolio, sir. This is called portfolio. No, this is called portfolio. No. So pharmaceuticals, power, retailing, software में Infosys भी लिया हुआ है. No, very good company. HCL, Tech Mahindra. You can say why not TCS? You can say, but who will decide this? Fund managers. Based upon his skill, his understanding about the future prospect. Fine. So this is a large cap, open-ended scheme. Large cap means in terms of market capitalization. No, 1 to 100, 100, 1 to 250, and 250 onward is small cap. Now I have a small thing to share with you. I think your office, I think your college is somewhere in the Dalhousie, if I'm not wrong. I think your college is somewhere in the Dalhousie. I think I have seen your college. Besides your college, do you know that there is a stock exchange? The name is Calcutta Stock Exchange. Yes. Just beside your college, if I'm not wrong, that your college is in Dalhousie, just beside your college, there is a stock exchange. Calcutta Stock Exchange. Yeah, it's not functioning right now. It's not non-functional right now, but it's still a registered stock exchange. It used to be a very, very vibrant stock exchange at one point of time. Very, very vibrant. Calcutta Stock Exchange was no less competent than Bombay Stock Exchange at one point of time. Great stories are there. Today, I do not have a mandate to go into those areas, but there are obviously great stories are there in the Calcutta Stock Exchange. Nowadays, if it's not functioning, that's a different issue. Walk into that Calcutta Stock Exchange building once. Walk into, simply walk into. You will find not so vibrant there, but you can see over there, ring where we used to trade. Then surveillance department section, where they keep track on the surveillance. Yeah, if you manipulate the price, exploit the situation, then they will be caught. No, this structure is still there. Just walk into once to go and see it. It will give you great insight. Learning through book is one way of learning. But once you come to the industry, I'm from industry. No, I'm from industry. So I know very less what is written in the book. You will agree to that. You will agree to that. I know what I practice. This is what we practice. Go and see. And there will get a sense that what kind of equity, how equity are traded. No, good equity, bad equity. You will get a vibes around that. So it's not functioning anymore. So probably you will not get such kind of big vibes, but still you must pay. And if you will go and see, you will have some insight. That's the stock exchange. No. Anyway, lucky that you have an office, lucky that you have a college just besides this historical building. So just make it a point one day. Of course, COVID, I think college must be closed by now. So, and then when it opens, just safely, and you can make it. So you can see this. Let us see some more schemes example. Here you saw a large cap category, open-ended, large cap. Come next. Look here what it says. It says an open-ended dynamic equity schemes. Dynamic is a new word. Equity schemes investing across large cap, mid cap, small cap. Kabhi large cap, kabhi mid cap, kabhi small cap. Dynamic, you know, you are floating around dynamic. You are floating around large cap, mid cap, small cap. It's also called flexi. You have to keep minimum 35% in. You have to keep minimum 35. You have to keep minimum 25%. I trust. No, 35 means 35, 35. No, more than that. You have to keep minimum 25%. Let me see how much they have maintained. No, the breakup is not here anyway. No problem. No problem. You have to keep minimum 25% in each one of them and remaining as you feel like. So large cap, mid cap, and you will find a different kind of fund manager. Different schemes, different fund manager, different scheme objectives, different scheme objectives, and then different kind of a portfolio. You can see here a little different. TVS is 2%. Their TVS was 8%. ICICI was 8%, it is 5%. SBI was 0.5%, it is 1.184%. Little different. SDFC 3%. No, you can see entirely equity, and then you have a large cap, mid cap, small cap, all three floating around. All three floating around. So you can say, yes, I can find it. It's a open debt, so anytime I can buy, anytime I can sell. And then it's a flexi. So you have a large cap, you have a mid cap, you have a small cap. So you have a company from 1 to 100, from 1 to 250, and from 250 onward. So large cap and mid cap and small cap, you can say fine. So this way your flexi cap runs across. Let us see some more example. Large and mid cap. What it says, from 1 to 100 is large cap, and 101 to 250 mid cap. So this is investing in company from 1, that is a market capitalization, that's from Reliance, to 250th company. Fine. And then again, you have a fund managers. Is a Sankar Narayanan. He's a great, he's genius. And a very, very old hand, very, very senior person, Sankar Narayanan. He has 31 years of experience. He was he came long back, no, Sankar Narayanan, 31 years of experience, long experience. And he's managing this fund. He's a junior also, Parag Thakur. Fine. And then you have a lot of equity, and then equity, this is called portfolio. No, so by now you must be familiar with the word portfolio, large cap, mid cap, small cap, open-ended, closed-ended. Okay, fine. I will tell you more on that. Open-ended, dynamic, flexi. Now, dynamic and flexi is not, it's a simple word. No, we use it. It's not a financial jargon as such. But anyway, no. And then you can now say, yeah, I can see equity shares. I can see different sectors. These are the sectors. Bank is a sector. Capital market sector. Construction sector. Consumer non-durables. Industrial product. Finance. Entertainment. No. Minerals. Pharma. Oil. Different sectors. So you have different sectors, different stocks, different Portfolios. Portfolios are for what? You can see here, top 10 sectors. And the way the fund manager has felt, he has used it. Now, if you come next, then you will say multi-cap. So you have a large cap, mid cap, and small cap, open-ended, multi-cap category. No, you can say, sir, it looks like almost flexi cap. Yeah, you are very close to miss it. You're right. Sometimes no schemes overlap also. It's okay. कुछ लोग ऐसा मांगते हैं, कुछ लोग वैसा मांगते हैं, जैसा मांगते हैं वैसा बना के देते हैं. No. If you look at the fund manager, you have a portfolio, and then you have a different stock. You can see yes, TVS is always coming. Yeah, it's a good company from their point of view, so they are buying in all their schemes, but differently, different composition is there. No, you can see it. And now I will show you what is this. Can somebody say me? Closing AUM, asset under management. Means they have a total deposit base in this scheme. Investor invest in the scheme of mutual fund. 6,358 crore. 6,358 crore. No, this scheme. Okay. And if you go to the last scheme, then they had a roughly closing AUM 4,231 crore. No, Discovery must have a huge fund. If I show you blue chip, forget this blue chip. Let us see blue chip. No, why forget this blue chip? Blue chip has got something called 28,287 crore. No, quite big, quite big. It's an old scheme, and since 2008, old scheme. If you use flexi cap, it is since 21 and 10,000 crore. No, 10,000 crore. It's a new scheme. It has recently introduced. No, recently introduced. 17th July 2021. Recently, this scheme has come recently. And 10,000 crore rupees of AUM. Fine. So large and mid cap, you can see roughly around 4,000 crore rupees since 1998. This scheme is not so popular. No, not so popular. Multi-cap, another 6,000 crore rupees. No, since 1994, quite old scheme. Multi-cap is this fine. Opportunity fund, little new fund, just 2-year-old fund. Discovery fund, very, very old scheme. 2004, no, 21,000 crore rupees. No, you can see blue chip and Discovery. No, such a huge fund that they are having. No, this is the AUM. Now remember the word that I said in the beginning. AUM and NDTL. NDTL I said for the banking segment. Net demand and time liability. And AUM I have said asset under management. It's in context of mutual fund. Fine. So this is a different example. You will say, equity, you said, sir, show me some debt funds also. I will show you some debt fund also. Come down, you will find some debt funds also. Yes, let us see some debt fund also. I think.
Mr. Bharadwaj, can I come in for a minute?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. Could you please also explain to the students what is meant by the growth option?
Yeah, growth and value. Yes, sure, sir. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming to that, and few more things are there. So we'll now slowly go into that also. Let me show you just a little bit on the debt instruments, debt schemes, and then I will come back to these words that sir has just now said. So I will show you first of all debt. A lot of schemes are there now. So searching schemes, no, थोड़ा सा slow हो जाती है. Just a second, थोड़ा सा. These are the debt schemes. Next second. ETF, next 50, ETF, no, come. Selective ETF. So many ETFs are there. I will tell you also about ETF. Just a second. इधर भी तो ETF ही मिल रही है. I think debt is very, very down below, I suppose. Debt should be very, very debt. Huge details are there. No, huge details are there. Just a second. Just see for a while. One debt portfolio. We are now into debt portfolio. Very close to that. Just a second. It is coming up within 30-40 seconds. It will come. Just give me some time. Consumption series, EOF. Okay. I think this is debt only. Fund of fund is here. Savings, yes, debt has come. Debt has come. Debt has come. No, debt is not here. What? Just a second, sir. Give me a second time. One more try. One more try. Multi assets, EOF, fund of fund. Okay. What is this? Liquid fund. This is a kind of debt fund. You see, open-ended liquid schemes. It's a debt fund. No. Category is a liquid fund. I will explain you about debt separately. No, in one full segment. Just to see it, you will find here word like different words. No equity is written here. Treasury bills, certificate of deposits. I will tell you all these things. Just wait. Commercial papers. No. And company names, you can say it's, oh my God, same. It's a, yeah, you are investing in these companies in the debt segment, not in equity segment. Fine. Look at the AUM, you can say 38,000 crore rupees of AUM, and it's a for working since 2003. No. Rahul Goswami is that. No. So if you go below, you will see some other debt fund like ultra short-term debt fund. I will explain you all these things. Just I'm showing you. You will not find anything here equity. Your portfolio is there, but across different debt instruments, treasury bills, government security, certificate of deposit, certificate, commercial papers, all these things are fine. I will come back to debt in another time frame. Let me come to show you some more things which is there in the equity. No portfolio. Let us come to this. Now, when you come to any schemes, say equity schemes, let us say multi-cap. Now you will find some more words written over here, like multi-cap, so open-ended equity schemes investing across large cap, mid cap, small cap. That's fine. You know by now large cap, mid cap, and small cap. Come see here, growth option. So to understand this option, you come little below here, and then you can see here. Inception, exit, lump sum, options, subscription. When you invest in mutual fund, no, in any schemes, then you are given two choices. One is that you want dividend or you want no dividend. Your money will start accumulating in the scheme. That's called growth. One where you want dividend and where money will not be paid to you unless you withdraw it. Of course, it's subject to your choices, but it will keep increasing. AUM will be growing. NAV will be growing. That's called growth option. Dividend where I will declare dividend at some periodic interval, normally annually. So these are the two options given to you, dividend and growth. Some people prefer dividend, some people prefer growth. Oh, some people prefer dividend, some people prefer growth. Okay. Now, why people like dividend? If you want some kind of cash flow, intermittent cash flow, then people prefer dividend. And why do you want growth? Is that you invested for long term to make a good capital, big capital, then you will say, yeah, I want growth. Fine. So dividend and growth are two different methods, two choices offered to you by every schemes. Now what happens? Listen to me carefully. What happens? Suppose you invested these schemes at 10 rupees of value. And Nilanjana Dhar. No. So Mr. Dhar said that I want growth. And Sohini and Aditya, Aditya, remember, Aditya said, I want dividend. And Sohini says, I want dividend reinvestment. So Mr. Dhar said, I want growth. Aditya said, I want dividend. And Sohini said, I want dividend reinvestment. So what actually Mr. Dhar said, he said 10 rupees of my investment of say 1,000 rupees or so, or 10,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees or so, in 10 rupees of value will keep growing slowly. So growth, your NAV will accumulate, your value will grow. That's Mr. Dhar. Aditya said, value growing, but you keep paying me regularly some amount. Dividend payment. So what happens? Look here. In case of Aditya, the dividend, the NAV goes up, comes back because I pay you. Again goes up, again comes back because I pay you. So in case of Mr. Dhar, the NAV is going up regularly because I am not paying anything. When you feel like you can withdraw your units, NAV will continue to grow. The value of a scheme will grow. In case of Aditya, the NAV will grow. I will pay you. It will come back. To the extent I pay you, it will come back. Again, it will grow. And I will pay you, and it comes back. So dividend is paid. So NAV is actually diluted. In case of Sohini, it goes up, and then I said, yes, I will pay you dividend. You said dividend, it will come back. But she says dividend reinvestment. Do not pay me in my bank account. You buy back new units for me. So in case of Sohini, units is expanding. In case of Aditya, he is getting regular cash flow in his bank account. And in case of Dhar, his NAV is expanding. Three options are there. Is it clear, or should I again repeat it? Anybody can please say, raise your hand. Huh? You have a, let me show you example, then you will make it. If I can see you the NAV, you can see the NAV. Where is the NAV? Where is the NAV? NAV is not here. This would have given NAV. Where is the NAV? Where is the NAV? Achha, it is not written here. See, yeah, it is there. It is there. It says net asset value of growth option is 421 rupees. Kyun? 1994 में 10 rupees था. And Mr. Dhar invested in 1994 at rupees 10. And he allowed it to grow. He allowed it to grow. It grew to the level of 421 rupees. 42 times बढ़ गए सर आपके पैसे. Correct? Then IDCW, income distribution. Mr. Aditya, he says, हमको growth नहीं चाहिए, पैसा बढ़े हमको मेरा देते जाओ पूंजी. So for him, scheme is same portfolio, same return, but he keeps taking some money from his account, and he takes in his bank account. So for him, the NAV is only 26. Remaining amount he has taken away. Slowly, every year he takes away. And Sohini is even more smart. She says that you take my money, but again purchase it back, new units. So in her case, the dividend is 26 rupees. But she has not taken the dividend. She has not taken the value in her bank account. She has expanded the units. So actually, Sohini, the total value is equal to the total value of Mr. Dhar. It's only in the case of Aditya who has spent some money on me and other people, no, on his friends, giving pizza party. No, so Aditya will give you all a pizza party because he gets dividend, regular dividend. So you have a growth, you have a dividend, and you have a dividend reinvestment. Sohini for dividend reinvestment, Aditya for dividend payment. I have paid you in your bank account, check in your bank account. And for Mr. Dhar, I have allowed it to grow. So it is growing and growing and growing. Few more things are there. Can you see exit load for redemption? Exit load. What is this? It says that if you withdraw money, I will put some conditions on you. What it says? It says up to 12 months from allotment, it is 1%. And more than 12 months, nil. What it says? It says that if you invest today and if you withdraw before a year, I will deduct 1%. Suppose you have invested 1 lakh rupees, it became 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. But before 1 year, say 10 months only, it became 2 lakh rupees. If you want to withdraw, you can withdraw. It's open net fund. You can withdraw, but you will have to pay 1% on 2 lakh. So 2,000 rupees gone. Who will take it? Mutual fund will take it. Charges. Hello, charges for withdrawal before 1 year. But if you withdraw after 1 year, nil. You can withdraw indirect. No charges after 1 year withdrawal. But charges are there 1%. But in almost every scheme, you will find this 1% for a 1 year period. Almost you go to see any other scheme, go to see other scheme, almost 1%. No, you go to see some other scheme, 1%. No, everywhere you will find this the practice in the market. Though the limit is of course quite big, limit is up to 7%, but mutual fund does not charge it because competition is there. No, so they charge up to only 1%, and that's also for 1 year. So ideally, if you are investing, then you should not withdraw before a year. You will pay unnecessarily 1% in the mutual fund. So you should withdraw after 1 year. Fine. And look at this. This will clear a big notion in our mind today. Expense ratio. Expense ratio 1.7%. And direct is 1.1%. Means to manage this fund, to manage this mutual fund, no, they charge us fees. This is called expense ratio. And what is the normal range? There is a different slab for that. Fine. On an average, it is around 1.7, 1.74, 1.8 or 1.9, and around 2.01. It can go up to 2.25%. Yes, 2%. It is here, say 1.94. So you can get a fair idea. Around 1.8 to 2% you are being charged. Now you will say, I will not pay this 2%. Or somebody will tell you, sir, mutual fund is very, very costly. Some people will say, no, it's a misnomer. It's a wrong concept. It's a wrong concept. Do you know how much you pay as charges in case of an insurance instrument? In case of fixed deposit? Can you say, what are the charges that you pay in case of insurance, in case of fixed deposit? It's a double or triple of this rate. Yes. Huge payment that you make over there. Like for example, I will tell you. Listen to me. If you have a savings account in bank, I think many of you must be having. And of course, by now, you all should have your PAN card, Aadhaar card, voting, if you're 18 plus, voter ID card, and your bank account ready. No, you should have. These 5-6 documents you must start building up. PAN card. PAN card, though, I have a question to all of you. And you can raise your hand and then can, of course, speak. Can a person below 18 years have a PAN card? Yes or no? Can a person below 18 years have a PAN card? Yes or no? Yeah, please. Say.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It will be a minor PAN card.
It will be called a minor PAN card. Perfect. Yeah, continue from here. So the person has got a, let us say Anirudh got a minor PAN card. Okay. Now Anirudh becomes 18 years plus now. Okay. So he will convert that minor PAN card into major PAN card. Next question, Anirudh. Do you think that that minor PAN card or major PAN card will have a same PAN number or different PAN number? एक क्लास में वो करता हूँ, थोड़ी देर में एक क्लास में करता हूँ. Do you think the minor PAN card or major PAN card will have the same PAN number or different PAN number? Yeah, please say, please say.
The same PAN number, sir.
Same PAN number, brilliant. There is a small difference between these two. What is that? You are absolutely right, Anirudh. That minor can have a PAN card, they will have a same PAN number. Fine. But a small difference is there between minor PAN card and major PAN card. Please try. Good, very good, Anirudh.
Sir, in the photo section, it's written minor, and after that, it gets updated.
Yeah.
The photograph comes in.
Comes in. So as long as it's a minor, in photo section, it is written minor. Your photo will not be there. And once you become major, then there will be a photo, fine. And that is what it is, the difference. Or else everything will remain the same. So you should have your PAN card ready, Aadhaar card ready, and Aadhaar card ready. And a lot of benefit comes because of Aadhaar card. Grab it. Voter card ready, voting right. No. Then if you have a bank account, perfect. Major bank account, you can operate it. No. So keep a folder. Personal finance begins from this level only. You will make huge amount of money, I tell you. You will have in our days when we started our career, or you can check up with your professor. They will say, I started my career with 2,000 rupees of salary, 3,000 rupees of salary. Yes, 4,000 rupees of salary. That is what we started at that point of time. How much we can save? How much we can make up? A small amount of money, kunjum kunjum. You will start with 20, 30, 50, 1 lakh. So you can make much bigger money. But personal finance, discipline in the personal finance should begin from now only. So prepare the documentation part. No. So now coming back to the topic, no. So Sohini and Mr. Dhar and Mr. Aditya, no. These three decided to have 3 ways of investment. Mr. Dhar said, I will invest and forget it. No withdrawal. Let the scheme grow. Let the NAV grow. Let the portfolio grow. And his value of investment from ₹10 goes up to 421 in nearly 20, whatever years it is there. But in case of Aditya, he said, no, I have to give pizza party to my friend every year on my birthday. So I need money at that point of time. And incidentally, this scheme is paying you. So your NAV will not grow. Actually, you are withdrawing your money regularly. So your NAV is not. So you have a growth, you have a income distribution. But Sohini says, you redeploy my units. You deploy my investment as a fresh investment into it. So she is buying units. So her units are expanding. Her NAV is like that only, like Aditya only, but her units are expanding. Initially she purchased 1,000 units, but subsequently she purchased another 1,000 units. Because of those small, she didn't spend the money. She purchased more units. So in value terms, both Sohini and Dhar, both are same. In units term, Mr. Aditya and Mr. Dhar is same. Units is same. But for Aditya, the value will be very less. Why? Because he is spending a lot of money along with that. No, for Mr. Aditya, the value will be a little less because he is spending a lot of money. So this was growth, income distribution, and income distribution with reinvestment. That's for Sohini. Now coming to expense side, you will say, oh, around 2% expense is there. Expense ratio, why should I pay you? See, somebody is managing your fund, he will charge fee for you. You pay much more than this, Baba. Let us see savings bank account. I was there only. No, in savings bank account, you have put your money and they pay you roughly around 3.5 to 4%. That too with a lot of niceties in accounting. Minimum balance, average balance, so many things are there. Yeah, literally you get less than 3%. Savings bank, less than 3%. Okay. How much bank has made money out of that? Bank is lending at a rate of 8 to 10%. They paid you 2 to 3%. Where is the difference? Where is the difference? That's expense. They do not tell you expense word, but what they earn from your money and what they pay you, the difference is that expense. In case of mutual fund collect X amount from you, invest in market goes up, you get the value, market comes down, you get the value, except for the fees which is before you, nothing else that mutual fund charges you. Now you tell me, which is less expensive, mutual fund or fixed income securities? That's the bank deposit, postal deposit, your non-banking finance company deposit, your company deposits. What are those? Those are very, very costly. You pay a huge amount of. Only thing you are not told about this. Only thing you are not told about this. And so you pay higher expense without knowing that. Mutual fund tells you that I am charging this much, transparency. And we feel annoyed. Yes or no? Expense. No. Expense. And then you have something called direct. And it should be called regular. No. Difference between these two. See, if you are investing in mutual fund through a advisor who is advising, managing your fund, helping you. So mutual fund will pay a commission to you. From whom? From you only. And if you're managing yourself, they will charge you less tax. They will charge you less fees. See, in this case, those who are investing through an advisor, they are being charged 1.94%. And those who say, no, I know the schemes like this XYZ, no, I can invest myself. What is the need of an advisor? So they are able to save literally 90 paisa, big amount. They are charged only 1.05%. Less expenses. So in this case, what happened? Your NAV goes up to this 90 paisa extent. Look at the direct plan growth option NAV 454 rupees and growth option 421. So while Mr. Dhar invested in growth option through advisor, so his NAV became 421. But Aniruddha, he invested in growth option with his own help. He didn't take the help of advisor, so direct. So his NAV is even more. Who made more money? Aniruddha ji made more money. Niranjan Sahab actually paid a handsome amount. To whom? To advisor. How? By paying higher expense ratio. Can you see this? Expense ratio, exit load. Exit load is for if you withdraw before a year, that's 1%. If you withdraw after a year, no exit load. Okay. So this way it looks like fine. Fine. This is it. This scheme started in 1994. You can see it, and I will come to this average. And you can purchase 5,000 rupees for fresh, a new investor. Minimum investment will be 5,000 rupees, and additionally 1,000 rupees in multiple of 1. No. So you can invest. And I will show you something more after some point of time. No.
Can I come in for a minute, Mr. Bharadwaj?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just 2 or 3 items again, if you would explain to us for the benefit of students.
Yes.
This expense ratio, which you mentioned, it is calculated by dividing the total expenses incurred by the fund divided by the assets managed by the fund.
It's like that. I will tell you. Yeah, almost near to that only. It's almost that only. This simple formula for this. I am sharing a Excel to just a second. Give me a second. I am opening Excel. And I will write it so that when the students will see it, then they can immediately correlate that. Just a second. Let me share a new share, and I will share an Excel, and you can see an Excel before you. Now you see the NAV is calculated like this. If you invest in a security market, no, so you are likely to get dividend or interest. If it is equity, you will get dividend. If it is interest, you will get the. If it is debt, you will get the interest. This is the. You can also have a notional, not notional. I will say unrealized capital gain. Means you invested in equity, market went up, so price went up, but you have not sold it, so it's an unrealized capital gain. You can also sell it, so you have a capital realized capital gain. These are the three gains. Now you can have a something called expense ratio, plus you will have a unrealized loss, and you will have a realized. So total 6 factors are there that is done on an everyday basis in a market to make us that you are able to get the concept of NAV every day. Now comes this question that how this expense ratio is decided. This you are okay that you have a portfolio, and in portfolio you have a dividend coming to the portfolio, interest coming to portfolio, so you're adding that. Market going up, you have sold, it's a realized capital gain. You have unsold, it's an unrealized capital gain. Market coming down, you have an unrealized loss or you have a realized loss. So these 5 things is done on everyday basis. What is this expense ratio? This expense ratio follows a principle, it's a policy. And what is that? It's like AUM, asset under management. It says first 500 crore will have a 2.25% charges. Next, 250 crore will have a 2% charges. Next, 1250 crore will have a 1.75% charges. Next, 3000 crore will have a 1.5% charges. 1.5% charges. No, and next 5,000 crore, and then thereafter every 5,000 crore, like that. No, it goes up 5% down up to 1.05%. This way, this is a fixed rate given by SEBI. SEBI has given you fixed rate. Now, what you do is that suppose your scheme has got 2,000 crore rupees of AUM. Fine. So you will say, okay, fine, I have to find out the expenses. So first 500 crore, you will say first 500 crore will have a 2.25%. So it will be 11.25 crore rupees. Then next 250 crore will have a 2.25 by 100. So it will be 5.6 crore. And then you have a 2,000 crore. Na? So it is, so left is 1250 crore. So for 1250 crore, you will have a 1.75, 100 crore. And this total puts together becomes your 38.75 crore. So this is for 1 year. Fine. So for 1 day, it will be 38.75 crore divided by 365. So per day, 38.75 crore divided by 365 will be, it's like 10 lakh. So expense ratio for 1 day basis, for a scheme of 2,000 crore rupees of AUM, fine, is roughly around 10 lakh 16,000. Oh, this way we will write it. And suppose your AUM goes up, this goes up, so your slab will be different. Fine. So your total amount will be different. So on 1 day basis, we will charge different. This is the way we find out that expense ratio. And every day we do this. Every day we do this, and every day we do this exercise to find out. Is this okay, sir? And now if you are doing through advisor, so this is the expense ratio. No. And if you are doing through directly, if you are doing through directly, so whatever you have paying as a commission to advisors, I will deduct that. So out of this total amount, out of the total amount, I will add that much of amount. So your total expense ratio will come. So for regular, you have a different expense ratio. Regular, you have a different expense ratio. Regular investment, regular, different expense ratio. And for direct, you have a different expense ratio. Difference will be nothing but the extent of commission. Difference is क्या है? Extent of commission. Extent of commission. No. So for example, I will show you. I will demonstrate this. For example, let us say in this case, 2004. I think Mr. Anirudh invested ₹10. Okay, and 2021, the scheme was almost around 424. NAV was 424. NAV was 424. No, this is the NAV. This is the NAV. No, this is the NAV. Let us find it out. And you will say this is for a direct, sir. This is for regular. And direct I could able to see. 454, sir. 2021. So let us find out return. No, let us find out return. It is in how many years? Nearly 17 years. No, 17 years time. 17 years time. 17 years time. Let us find out the return. Let us find out the return. How will I find out? Simple. And I use Excel. You can see it. No, you can see. Let us find out the rate. How many years? 17 years. And you got nothing in between. And the present value is 424. And so present value, and you invested 10 rupees. You invested 10 rupees. And present value is 424. 424. So it is 24.66%. Putting it. Okay. 421. And in case of a, this was for 424. And for 454, let us put it like this. In 454, the rate will be a little more because why? You are not paying commission. 17 years. 17 years. And again, investment, you made 10 rupees, but because you didn't pay any commissions, your value has gone up. So 454. So actually, you made a little more difference. So how much? Roughly to the extent. So you paid nearly 70% commission. You are able to save 70% commission. So this is for direct NAV. Direct NAV return. And this is for regular NAV. This is the investment amount NAV at the initial. Is it okay now? Is it okay? Can you see this? Is it okay now? Could you able to make regular investments, direct investments, and then expense ratio, how it is calculated? Little complex, but very simple. Simple arithmetic, class 7th or 8th standard, 7th standard arithmetic. How the NAV is done? 3 component to contribute, 3 component to deduct. Every day we do this. Every day we do this, and to make it every day we do this. Every day we do this. So you get this NAV. Regular, direct, expense ratio, and net asset value. No. Regular means you are investing through your advisor, so you are paying higher expense ratio. Why? Because advisor will be paid by mutual fund. Who will pay that? You will pay. You will pay. And Mr. Nilanjan says, no, I will investing directly. I do not require his help. I am financially literate. So your expense ratio will be lesser. To what extent? To the extent of what otherwise I would have paid to the distributor. So I will not charge you. So in your case, Nilanjan Sahab, it is only 1.04%. In case of Mr. Anirudh, it was roughly 1.9%, 1.85%. So if you are charging higher expense, I'm charging higher expense, the NAV will come down. Look at the NAV has come down. This is the other NAV, regular direct NAV. This will come down because I am paying higher expense ratio. Is this clear? Anybody?
Mr. Bharadwaj,
Yes.
you see, this the basic calculation of NAV, if
Yeah.
you could also explain to the students, how is the NAV calculated every day?
Yeah. So here I wrote these 6 components, what we do every day. No, what we do every day. So I will do this activity before you like this. And let me do this like this. Let me do this like this. And then see, suppose Aditya becomes fund manager. Aditya becomes fund manager, and Sohini becomes fund accountant. Because the fund manager will not do anything other than investment. Yeah, he will invest. 3:30 he is busy. Morning 9:15 to 3:30 is busy. After 3:30 he has to do one recording. Recording means whatever judgment he has taken decision, he has to record those things because it's subject to audit. It takes nearly 1.5 hours, not more than that, or 1 hour sometimes. He has just to sign. He has not to do anything. No, he has just to sign it. He has a junior, he has a complete team who will do all these things. Fine. And Aditya will sign and he will leave for the office. Yes, his job is done. They are very, very royal people. They do not work too much. They work quality time only for a few hours and then it's over. And then Sohini will do work after. She starts from 2 p.m. She does not come in the morning. She comes at 2 p.m. Her office begins at 3 p.m. Market closes at 3:30. At 3:30, what she does? Look here, what she does. She says, Aditya, send me your portfolio. So Aditya says, yes, I have in my portfolio TPS, I had in Reliance, I had HDFC, like that. Like that it is there. So I am writing like this, XYZ, like that it is there. Fine. So Aditya says, this is my portfolio. And all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are, these are nothing but the name of company. Okay. Just treat like a name of company. Aditya said, this is my portfolio. I said, okay, fine, Aditya. So he said, okay, fine, Aditya. Now she says to her junior that please download the price. Download the price. From where? From market. So download the price. What price was the closing price? So TVS closing 245, Reliance closing 2,100, HDFC closing 100, 8,078, and then the 23, 20, 34, 45, 56, 67, like that. These are the different prices. Fine. So Sohini got the price. And this is the work she is doing. And now she's not doing manually. It's all computerized. One button and then it's done. So this is a valuation and this is a script. And see that. Now look here. Sohini says, any dividend or interest we have received today? Then the junior fund accountant will say, yes, ma'am, I have received 300 crore rupees of dividend or interest. So she will say, okay, 300 crore rupees of dividend or interest. Okay. Then she say, all these stocks are all sold or all holding. Then you find the reply, no, ma'am, everything is under a portfolio. Nothing is sold so far. So anyway, yesterday price was 240, which is in the computer. 21200. Yesterday price, it is written there. No, and it's a 1950. I'm doing this like this. So she will say, okay, you have a capital gain, 5 rupees, record it. You have a capital gain, 100 rupees, record it. Unrealized, yes, unrealized. You have a, here in this case, 20 rupees and you have sold it. So, okay, 3 rupees, realized capital gain. So this you will say realized capital gain. This you will say unrealized capital gain. And so he says like this. Here you have a loss, so capital loss. So you will record here. You will say realized capital gain 200 crore rupees, unrealized capital gain 300 crore rupees, and expense ratio 10 lakhs rupees. Okay, and lakh, fine. And then unrealized loss, you will say 200 crore rupees, realized loss 120 crore rupees. So final value, final AUM value, You said it was yesterday 2000 crore. Today it is, after all the addition subtraction, it is 2200 crore rupees. Then she asked, how many units are there into a junior person? How many units we have issued? And the units she has issued was roughly say 15 crore units. So she said yesterday was NAV was 2200 divided 15. So yesterday NAV was 146. Today NAV is yesterday NAV was 2000 crore divided by 15, and today's NAV is 2200 big lead. So these factors are individually calculated every day by Sohini as a fund accountant. She does for dividend calculation, interest from debt segment, dividend from equity segment. She does it. Then she says, Aditya, all the gains are there. Please give me all the gains from yesterday. Aditya gives him all the gains, the price and the market price, all the gains. Then she asked, have you sold all those shares? He said, few I have sold, few I have not sold. So few means those you have sold comes in the realized capital gain. Those Aditya has not sold will come in unrealized capital gain. And then she said, Baba, any loss bhi to kuch kiya hoga? तो बोला या एक दो में मैम लॉस हो गया. सो सोल्ड किया कि रखा है? कहा सोल्ड कर दिया. का रियलाइज कैपिटल लॉस, अनरियलाइज रखे हुए हैं मैडम, बढ़ जाएगा बाद में. वेट अनरियलाइज कैपिटल लॉस. एंड देन एक्सपेंस रेशियो as per this principle of trade you find out, and then every day you get the total value. This is AUM, asset under management. Yesterday AUM was this and AUM was this. Today AUM is this. Today AUM is this, final AUM. And then you say total number of units. You said it like this. And then yesterday it was the, and I should have written it here, not here. I should have written it here. This is the up better only. So yesterday NAV was this, and today's NAV I should put it here. अब आपको it looks synchronized now. It looks synchronized now. It looks synchronized now. And so we do this. Sony will do this every day, and Aditya will help her every day. Fine. And then Aditya will leave for the home, and Sony has to do this one more exercise. She has to upload all these figures at the MP website. It can be done either or before 10 o'clock in night, either or before 10 o'clock. 10 बजे तक कर देना है. She will finish up by 5:50 or 6 o'clock, 6:30, and she will leave for the day by 7 o'clock. That is the working hour of a fund accountant and working hour of a Aditya, fund managers. She does it every day. For all the schemes, individually, separately, one by one. So she takes time. No. Is this part clear? Little technical. Normally, in our discussion of day one, we hold it back, but fantastic that curiosity is there. Great. No, so I'm just re-summarizing that all these things, that to run a scheme, you need to pay something. That's expense ratio. Who decides expense ratio? Listen to me carefully. Who decides expense ratio? SEBI decides expense ratio. SEBI decides expense ratio. No, SEBI has given you different slab system. So this is different slab system. You can see different slab system. No, SEBI has given you different slab system. So based on that slab system, as per your AUM, you could able to find out the total value, total expense amount, and per day basis, you are able to find out the per day expense ratio. No, and then after this column, we have another 5 column, which is the based on the fund management. Who does this? Aditya does this. Script prices goes up, comes down. It's a part of job. Goes up, comes down. Sometimes he sells, sometimes he hold it. Sometimes he sells, so it's a realized. Goes up, realized capital gain. Comes down, realized capital loss. If he does not sell it, unrealized. If it goes up, unrealized capital gain. If it comes down, unrealized capital loss. He's holding those shares. So realized capital gain, unrealized capital loss. Realized capital gain, unrealized capital gain, realized loss, unrealized loss. This all he does every day. Who? Sony will ask. Subject to audit every day. Yes, Sony work is subject to audit every day. So she has everyday track on the prices. This is a study price. This was the study price. Okay, this was the study price. And this is the today's price. So she keeps track of this price. So gain, loss, fine. And this way she does it. And then they have all the values now. These are minus because deductions. These are plus. Why? Because this is addition in the value. She does it every day. Fine. And then she knows the total number of units issued in the scheme. So divide it and you get the NAV. You get the NAV. Fine, you get the NAV. You get the NAV. Every day you do this. Normally, Sohini's payment in the industry would be something in the order of accountants in the mutual funds normally get around per month payment salary of around, say, in Mumbai, it is around 3 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees per month. Those who are into this segment of working. Fund managers normally they get around 5 lakh rupees per month to say, the sky is the limit. Sometimes they have a running package of 20 crore, 15 crore a year. So you can make out. Starting 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs per month to this kind of package. But they are doing very responsible job. If they make a mistake in these all things, no, it's a big slap. SEBI will take care of him. No, because subject to audit. Once in audit, you are able to catch some what do you call differences out here. Then the matter will be reported to the SEBI, and then it's a big tough time. It's a tough time. Is this clear?
Mr. Bhardwaj, I'm sorry, I am coming and asking the questions on behalf of the students, which I hope you, because if they are not asking, I'm asking on their behalf.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when a scheme is started and there's a new fund offer, a new fund offer, first time the scheme is being launched.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, how is the NAV will be let us say 10 rupees or whatever be the initial NAV. I mean, how is that? How is the NAV calculated? Because the total number of units is not known at that time. How many units will be there? So, how do you estimate the NAV at the start of the scheme?
At the start of the scheme.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, fantastic. You see, for the benefit of all the students here, see, this scheme is started with a word called NFO, New Fund Offer. The scheme is started with a concept called NFO, New Fund Offer. Fine. Now, NFO normally are of 15 days. 15 days period. Now, suppose this is the 1st of August. So, if I'm starting NFO today, though from 1st to 15th, anybody investing either on 1st or on 10th or on 12th or on 15th, theoretically it is accepted that all will get NAV of 10 rupees. Because in the first 15 days, whatever money I get from my investors, from you all, I have not deployed it. I'm just holding it. I'm accumulating all these things. So 15 days, all accumulation and no investment in the market. So the base price is 10 rupees. Say, for example, you invested 1 lakh rupees on, say, day 1, and somebody invested 1 lakh rupees on day 10, and somebody 1 lakh rupees on day 15. All will get 1 lakh divided by standard 10 rupees. So 10,000 units. All will get. Now you can say, then this is not judicious decision that I should invest early. Yes, of course. So you will find nearly 60%, 70% investment comes on the last 2-3 days. Because these people know, why should I block my money since beginning? No, I will do it. And in any case, you are not going to get anything out. So first 15 days of NFO period, you get 10 rupees fixed NAV. Okay. 15 days is over. 15th August is now over. Now, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. In these 5 days, the fund manager has to deploy his investment into the market. So 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, these 5 days, He's buying TVS, he's buying HDFC, he's buying. The moment you buy, the market starts going up, coming down, going up. Anything can happen. Any moment it happens. So next 5 days, he builds up portfolio. Sometimes fund manager deploy entire amount. Sometimes they deploy part of amount. It depends upon his view on the market. If he feels market is going to be on, let's say, upside direction, then he will deploy immediately all the amount. But suppose sometimes he has an opinion, no, market is too hot, it can come down, then he deploy a part of it. He holds the remaining money. That is called cash. He holds the money, that is called cash. So whatever you have invested and whatever you have taken hold, you have held back. So investment will be subject to market risk. Realized gain, unrealized gain, realized loss, unrealized loss. It will start happening then. So 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th, and 20th, I will not disclose any NAV. 5 days is cooling period for me. I will do investment. Aditya is doing investments, 5 days. 21st, so he will come. And on 21st, for the first time, he will say, Aditya, what is the investment you have made? He said, ma'am, I have made these many all stocks. What price? He will say, this is the price, 17th I did, 18th I did. Okay, fine, no problem. 21st price, tell me 21st price, and then so he will find out capital gain, capital loss, realized, unrealized, and from there 10 rupees, it will start moving 21st onward. So 1 to 15, 10 rupees is theoretical price accepted, approved for everybody. 16, 17, 18, 19, 25 days is where the Aditya will be given time to build up his portfolio. And then from 21st, Swani will come into picture, and then he will start deciding if the portfolio value is going up, then she will say NAV is building up. If portfolio value is coming down, she will say no problem. Anna, NAV is coming down. She is least bothered about whether NAV goes up or down. It's a headache of Aditya. And for that, he is being paid, so he has to take the headache. Swani will come into picture from 21st. Every day he will come into picture from 21st. This way it works. Great. So this way you can make it out. No, so you can see by now. You can see some sense. You can see. Let me share that book. Let me share that book, so that will give you some at least name to be introduced about. You can see. So you can see now direct. You can see others expense ratio. You can see regular NAV of growth. You can see dividend distribution NAV. You can see direct plan growth NAV. You can see direct income distribution. So ideally, if you are financially literate, if you can take mutual fund decisions, you understand mutual fund, then you should not go through the regular mode of expense ratio. Why should you pay 2%? You can save nearly 1%. You can save nearly 1%. And I tell you what is the meaning of 1%. Let me show you. I'm showing you what the meaning of people, because they have very less idea. I am showing you. Look at this. Suppose Aditya is caught today. No, and Rohini is also Sohini, not Rohini. Sohini is also caught. Aditya age is 20 years, assuming, and I hope Aditya is there. You are there or not, Aditya? Sohini, you are also there, I believe. No, I am doing financial planning for you. Fine. I am doing financial planning for you. Just look at this. Aditya is there. Sohini is also there or not? I think they are there. No. Anyway, and Aditya and Sohini both have started career. This 20 years, both of them. Fine. And they are planning to work till 60th year. Oh my God. Retirement at 60 years for both of them. And they say that every year I have planned to invest 4,000 rupees every year. Okay, fine. Every year, Sohini also says I will planning to invest every year. Now Aditya says that I will do through agent. I will do through advisor. No, I will do through advisor. And Sohini says I will do through myself. I understand this. I know this. So I said, okay, in your case, expense ratio will be little more and expense ratio will be little less. So suppose your return by almost difference is nearly a quarter to 1%. So in your case, suppose Aditya, you are having a return of say 12%, so then Sohini can claim to have a 13%. growth rate. You will say approximation. Of course, I do not know it. No, let us see the difference, what this difference of 1% means. No, your value will be this much, future value, fine. Your value will be this much, and your value will be something like this. Aditya Sahab, are you there? And see, your value will be something like that. Per month you're investing, no, 4,000 rupees. For how many years? Oh my God, 40 years you're investing. And 40 years every month. And how much? Just 4,000 rupees. No, same time, same period, and Aditya will tell me the amount that I have written over here. Fine, Aditya, you please read and then tell us the amount, what is there. And by the time I will find out the Rohini's amount, and Rohini will tell her amount. No, so that they should get involved in the process of finalizing and her portfolio valuation. Aditya, you can read the numbers. No, Sohini, you are getting returned 13%. No, 1% extra. What is the meaning of this 1% extra? No. And 20 year, fine, and 20 year for 12 months, 20 year, not 20, 40 years. No, you're investing for 40 years, like Aditya, and per month also the same way. No, 4,000 rupees per month you're investing, like no. And now both of you will explain us the difference. What is your amount you are likely to get? $400 लिख दिया ना, ज्यादा ही हो गया। सोनी का पैसा कुछ ज्यादा ही हो गया। हाँ, now tell me Aditya, what is your amount? Difference due to 1%. I am telling you difference due to 1%. Nobody is here. Hello. Anybody?
Yeah, Sogoto?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. This Sohini is not there. Sohini and Aditya around?
I think.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh. Very good. हाँ, तो बात करें कितना आपका पैसा हो बताइए जरा सब आप तो. What is your amount here? And for Aditya, what is your amount? It will tell you a difference of 1%. Why one should learn mutual fund? And if you learn,
sir, 64 crores, 7,16,262 $.
डॉलर छोड़ देते हैं. 6,47,16,262 रुपया. 6,47,16,262. ये जो नंबर नोटेशन लिखा कॉमा ना, ये लिखा है मिलियन बिलियन ट्रिलियन. ये बना अमेरिका में ना सॉफ्टवेयर में, तो उनका मिलियन बिलियन ट्रिलियन सिस्टम है. 3 का. हमारा इंडिया में क्या है, लाख करोड़ होता है 2 पे. 1000 में 3 सुनना, लाख में 5 सुनना, करोड़ में 7 सुनना, है ना. और उनका होता है मिलियन बिलियन ट्रिलियन में 3, 6, 9, 12 करके. करेक्ट ना. तो थोड़ा दिक्कत हो जाती है, हम समझ सकते हैं. फाइन, नो इश्यू. तो 6,47,00,000 सोनी आपका पैसा हुआ, ले जाइए. और आदित्य आपका पैसा हुआ 4,70,00,000. डिफरेंस, कैन यू मेक आउट द difference due to 1%? Can you see the difference? Why one should understand mutual fund? Lifetime में 4,000 रुपीज का इन्वेस्टमेंट तो लोग पर मंथ कर सकते हैं ना, जरूर कर सकते हैं. म्यूचुअल फंड में कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं. Now you can say यदि कर सकते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड में 4% के हिसाब, 4,000 रुपए के हिसाब से, if you know, Sony knows it, so she said I will do directly. I am doing myself. So she is able to save on expense ratio. She is able to save on expense ratio. And Aditya is not able to save in expense ratio. So lower return, the extent of what Aditya pays to the distributor. So he's being charged more by the AMC. Sony is being charged less by the AMC. No. Can you see? I am asking this question. You can think in yourself. Suppose you have met some, say, 100 person in your society around that. Do you think 100%, how many of them has got this ability to find out the difference in their income prospect if the difference is of 1%, 2% like that? Hardly will find person doing this. Still they will claim I am financially literate. It's a difference. You are all trained person going forward. So you can make these things so simple before them and they will say huge difference. Why not I should take help of a Sohini or Aditya who are working in respective bank or mutual fund for doing my all activities? People do not know. And it's not that only in India do not know. I tell you, the best that you get the mathematical brain are from India and China. Europeans and Americans are even bigger dolt in the mathematics. They are even bigger dolt, except the researchers, you leave aside them. Ordinary people, they hardly read mathematics. So imagine the financial literacy of those countries. No. So Sony is now multi-millionaire. Multi-millionaire, could be billionaire, no? So Aditya also made a huge amount of money. Fine. So both of you will pay me my fees. I have done for your financial planning. Now, coming back to the topic. So you can see schemes. No, you can see different schemes. These are the different schemes. And just now I could able to show you can see the large cap diversified, mid cap diversified, and multi cap diversified, small cap diversified. You can see it, no? And there are some more names. It will come slowly to you. And in the debt segment, I will come slowly. So this is the equity segment, and they have a debt segment. Can you see this picture? Investors are investing through mutual fund distributor. Now you can make out, oh my God, I made blunder by not understanding mutual fund because I paid so much money because I invested through him. So I got a regular NAV, and regular NAV means I have to give higher expense ratio. And that higher expense ratio means I have a lower return. So lower return means you have a little lesser return, little amount. Anyway, your choice. So you are either going directly to the fund manager, that's a scheme, or you can invest through mutual fund distributor. And then they will create a portfolio. What are the portfolio? These are the portfolio. So you have a large cap diversified, mid cap diversified, a small cap diversified, large and small cap diversified. There are different names, simple. The way you remember your friend's name, no, the simple different names. No, I now remember Aniruddha name, Sohini name, Aditya name, and Mr. Dhar name, few names. So similarly, it's a large cap, mid cap, small cap. And so far, how many words I would have told you? And starting, I remember now, I said you equity, I said you debt. This is the old name, you know this, equity and debt. Then I said portfolio, then I said asset allocation, then I said financial planning, then I said diversification, then I said risk management, then I said risk minimization, return maximization, then I said schemes, and then I said mutual fund, then I said asset under management, AUM, then I said NAV, net asset value, and then I said large capitalization, mid capitalization, small capitalization, then open-ended, then closed-ended, and that's all. Something like expense ratio, net asset value, regular, direct, and then say growth and dividend payment and dividend reinvestment. That's all. Some 15-20 words, close. No, not more than 10 words are left. That's all. And then you know about everything. But look at this, what you know and what you say to the people. You talk about concept. You will talk about the concept and we'll talk about that in details. Right? So this is the different scheme. Now from equity, let us come to debt. Let us come to debt. No, because you said in the beginning, no, asset allocation and asset class. So I said in the beginning, there are 4 types of financial asset class: equity, debt, currency, and commodity. Currency, I said to you that currency we are not allowed to invest. Why? Because in our country, we do not have a capital account convertibility. Okay. So currency is gone chapter. We will not discuss at all. We can discuss about commodity, but mutual fund invest only and only in gold. Nothing else. So commodity also is a very big chapter, but not for us. No, look at how simple is our life. Currency, we are not allowed. Commodity, we are allowed, but we invest only and only in gold. So close. Only equity and debt we have to discuss. Equity, you know, I will explain equity a little bit over here. A little late, but no problem. Equity and a little bit. Equity and debt. So equity, I could able to show you a glimpse of mutual fund schemes, a glimpse of schemes jargons. Fine. Equity. And debt I am going to tell you now. Before I come to debt, let me give you a small difference between equity and debt. What it means? Very simple definition. And can somebody tell me a very, very simple definition of equity and debt? What you think that an ordinary person can understand? No, difficult answers are market में समझता नहीं है वो एग्जाम में नंबर लाने के लिए ठीक है ना, but market में you speak simple because they will not understand. If you say difficult word तो फिर निकल हाथ से निकल जाते हैं. Anybody? What is equity? What is debt? नहीं. I say you in the beginning, very simple. Equity and debt are a type of capital for any industry, for any business. Equity and debt are type of capital. Equity is a type of capital. Yes, equity is a type of capital. Debt is a type of capital. Yes, debt is a type of capital. You want to set up your own business. How will you bring capital? Either in the form of equity or in the form of debt. Equity is owner's capital, partner's capital. Malik ka paisa. Equity is owner's money, partner's money. And debt is obligation. I have to pay you back. Debt is obligation. I have to pay you back. Equity, I have no obligation. I will not pay you back. You are a owner like me. For example, I will tell you, in Reliance, Mukesh Ambani has invested huge amount of money. 50% of equity are with him. Suppose Aditya also invested 1 lakh rupees in Reliance. So Aditya is also owner like Mukesh Ambani to the extent of the amount, the proportion of the amount that both of them are putting. He has put in huge amount of money, तो बड़ा मालिक है. Aditya has put in a small amount of money, तो छोटा मालिक है. Owner's money, partners. You are partner with Mukesh Ambani. छोटा partner, बड़ा partner. Fine. So equity is an ownership. Equity is a partnership because you are an owner. So all the risk is yours. All the rewards are yours. Unlimited gain is there and unlimited loss is there. For that, you get a voting right. And that is your equity. But debt, it's an obligation. I have paid you. You are company. Okay, I have paid you. You are company. So in the book of company, it's an obligation. In the book of company, it's an obligation. You pay me back at this point of time. So debt has got a maturity. Debt has got one maturity. Okay. Debt has got one maturity. Time period. I will pay you back. When I will pay you back? 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, 20 year, 30 year. No. Like that, we have a maturity. And I will pay you along with interest. I will pay you along with interest. So that is called time value of money. That is called time value of money. No, so you have a maturity and you have a time value of money. Fine. Debt are very simple to understand. Equity is difficult to understand because equity is uncertain and debt is quite certain. Debt is pre-decided. Equity is not decided. But I don't know why people love equity and they do not love debt. Maybe that because equity gives you more return and debt gives you little controlled return, I will say, little controlled return. But debt is a very simple to understand. Fine. Simple definition of equity and debt. Now, when you know equity and debt, then you can always make out, that in debt, the time is a function. I said, yes, time is a function. Then I have a question to you, and I think somebody should respond to this question. Very simple question. You can think like this. Suppose if I borrow from you 1 lakh rupees, I borrow from you 1 lakh rupees. Okay. You will say, sir, it's a borrow. You have to pay me back. Yes, it's a debt. I will pay you back. Definitely no problem into that. You then tell me, when will you pay me back? I say, I give you 4 choices. 2 months time, 2 years time, 12 years time, 20 years time. What do you think is more risky for you? 2 months, 2 years, 12 years, or 20 years? Which is more risky for you? You are lender, I am borrower. You are a lender, I am borrower. Obligation for me. Obligation for me, I have to pay you back. And you can think, oh my God, 20 years, too long, too risky, too much, less time period, less risky, and the debt is over. Yes, you understood that now. That shorter is the period of debt, less is the risk. Shorter is the period of debt and less is the risk. No, so if I say to you, if I show you this picture, then this picture will make this everything very, very clear to you. No, if I show you this picture will make everything very, very clear to you that if the instrument of debt has got a lower maturity, it is less risky. This is the risk. This is the return. So when the instrument maturity goes up, scheme maturity goes up, overnight fund, 1 night, liquid fund, 3 to 6 months, money market fund, 6 months to 1 year, ultra short term fund, nearly 1.5 years, short term fund, 1 year to 2 years, medium term 2 year to 5 years, long term fund 5 year to 7 years. The longer the bond, longer the scheme maturity of debt segment, higher is the risk. No? So simple. Ordinary experience. आपका दोस्त आपसे पैसा मांग लेता है और बोलता है दूंगा 5 साल के बाद. Don't you feel uncomfortable? And your friend says, I will pay you back in 5 days time. And you feel, okay, rest, a lot relieved. The shorter is the maturity, less is the risk. Longer is the maturity, higher the risk. This risk is called interest rate risk. A very big chapter. I'm cutting it to size to the extent that it can fit into your packed 1-day program. And I'm cutting it to size to fit into a 1-day packed program. But just look at this small line. I will discuss this twice, thrice. That if a bond, if the scheme maturity is long and long and long, the risk goes up and up and up. Fine. You will say, what is this long and what is this short? Yes. The scheme invests in bond. Scheme invests in bond. Fine. So what are those bonds? So the bonds are like this. Capital market instrument. Capital market instrument. You must have heard these names. You must have heard these names. Call money, CBLO. CBLO is collateralized borrowing and lending obligation. Not that if you are not aware of these things, then not that I expect that you should remember and recall everything. Absolutely not. Professionals in industry working for 5 years, 7 years and all, they also get confused. Fine. So nothing to worry about. You should have only concept. Maybe the bond name could be XYZ. You look at the longevity of the bonds. The bonds longevity are going this way. It's becoming long and long and long. In that case, if it's going, in that case, no, if the bond maturity is becoming long, in that case, the risk goes up, and that risk is called interest rate risk. Fine. So that is the reason why, that is the reason when interest rate goes up, interest rate risk goes up, it becomes a very big problem. No, it becomes very big problem. So you have to manage this interest rate risk concept. So as a bond fund manager or as an investor, you must be careful about this interest rates. Look at this long-term gilt and debentures. They carry very, very high interest rate risk. Bond has got this measured interest rate risk. Fine. So call money, it's a one-night money. You deposit today and you get the maturity tomorrow. Call money, CBLO, repo, treasury bills, certificate of deposits, commercial papers, these all are, and longevity is going up. The repo is 1 night up to 14 days. CBLO again 1 night to 14 days. Sometimes repo also, market repo is 3 months, 6 months. You will read this. All these things you will read. This is a little higher side of monetary functionalities. But just listen to me. Just listen to me and forget it also. Just be familiar with this. Simple. Just be familiar with this, so that you have heard it. Concept is only one thing. Is that name could be XYZ. Concept is only one thing. That if the bond's maturity goes up, longer the bond, higher the risk, higher the return. And beyond that, there's equity. So fine. So as the bond maturity goes up, the risk goes up and the return goes up. No. So these bonds are the part of portfolio of those bond schemes. If you're able to see these instruments, call money, CBLO, repo, treasury bills, CD, CP. So these all are called money market debt instrument, because these all are having maturity of less than 1 year. That's the important point. Money market debt instrument. From one night, that's 1 day, to 1 year. So these are called money market instrument. If you invest in these instruments, no, or the schemes having investment in these instruments, no, you are absolutely safe. You are absolutely safe. If you move from here to short-term bond, then medium-term bond, to long-term bond, and to yield and all, then you buy risk. And when you buy risk, chances are that you should be able to manage that risk, and then you should have a higher return. Fine. So what is the money market instrument? That's a very, very important word. Anybody will ask you that if you've attended 1 day full conference, then you must be aware about money market instrument. Very, very important concept. People say, yes, yes, yes. I was listening to the program and then I heard that money market instruments are basically type of debt instruments, bond instruments, and those bond instruments are basically having a maturity of less than 1 year. Maturity of that bond is less than 1 year. Means I pay you back within 1 year. I pay you back within a year. I pay you back within a year. So that's a debt instrument with 1 year or less than 1 year maturity. That's called money market instrument. And a very important thing you must know. And these are called long-term debt. Long-term debt. So using these, we will make a bond portfolio. Let me show you some bond portfolio. And then you will say, oh my God, it's so simple. I was so worried about. I'm doing news here. And with examples, you can see it is so simple. And let us come to equity. I could be able to show you a lot of words you could be able to see. And I have a request. I gave you so many assignments for you, to your choice, for your convenience. No, make your own YouTube. Upload that to your YouTube. Put that YouTube link into your LinkedIn profile. Advertise your work. Let the world know that you have done this. One thing I told you. Second, I told you that download fact sheet from Google. Download fact sheet from Google and just go through here and there, flip through. I will not say go very rigorous, just flip through, scan it, and that is enough. I say you that is enough. Now, by now, you are almost aware of anything here. And you know opening date, closing date, interval fund, you know large cap, mid cap, small cap, multi cap, flexi, dynamic. You know the category side, then you know the allotment date, AUM, net asset value, expense ratio, exit load, no minimum investments, and then growth options, direct options. Then came down to portfolios, then different scripts. No, of course, a lot of things are still left. A lot of things are left, but you know almost 50-60% thing now. Just glance through, just flip through, and one I will be sending you through your professor, and that is at least 30-35 jargons, the words that I'm using today, and you practice those 30-35 words and close. If you can do these 3 things, you are master in mutual fund industry. I'm telling you. That much is only required to become master, I'm telling you. And after that, all you required is that you should speak out. Bolna padega. It's my observation that you know a lot, but you speak too less. Bahut kam bolte hain. You speak too much among your companions, but you speak too less with people of different generation. No, I'm in different generation. I'm 50 years. You are 20 years, so different generation. So you speak very less with a different generation, but you speak too much in your generation. You have to change this. You speak too much with your generation and you speak too much with your different generation. So interview mein you hesitate a lot. You're reluctant, and because you have not practiced with me, so you stammer a lot over there. Practice. वो करना पड़ता है, वो करना पड़ेगा. So ये थोड़ा सा equity में आपने किया. Now coming to debt segment, let us see. Debt looks like similar to this, and I will show you. And you will say, "Oh my God, it's so simple. Mutual fund is so simple that I could able to make out in 2-3 hours." No, it's so simple. Let us see debt. Come and see debt. Come and see debt. Let us see arbitrage. It's a big concept, and I will not go into arbitrage and all today. Balance and all. No, we will not go. These are the little complex concept. But to work and all, those are not required. Those are little. And a so piece होता है ना घर में. That is what is so piece. Arbitrage and all are so piece. Equity and debt. If you understand it, 90% work is over. I will come to equity. Come see this. Can you see this? Yes. Let us see this. Liquid fund. Let us see overnight fund. Can you see? We are beginning with, overnight fund and open-ended. Same word. You can buy and you can sell any point of time. Debt is key. It's not equity. It's a debt is key. Overnight security means maturity of 1 day. Look at here. You will say inception day 2018, AUM is 9,000 crore rupees. 100 rupees of investment minimum you can do in multiple of 1 rupees. Look at this. Exit load nil. Unlike equity, no exit load. You can withdraw any point of time. Invest today, withdraw tomorrow. Invest today, withdraw tomorrow. No exit load. In equity, up till 1 year, you had a 1% exit load. Fine. Look at the expense ratio. You'll surprise. In equity, you had a 2%. Here it is a 20 paisa. Imagine, equity you had a 2%, and here it is 20 paisa. Equity, remember, you have around 1.05% if you are investing directly. 10 paisa here. 10 paisa here. Why? Competition. Competition. Fine. Growth option. Direct option. Look at this. Indicative investment horizon. कितने दिन के लिए investment करना चाहिए? 1 day to 7 days. Now people with a company, company normally put in huge amount. Like ITC here in Calcutta have something around 20,000 crore rupees of chest. So they deploy quite frequently money. And look here, where do you invest? They invest in portfolio of 1 day. That's 1 day maturity. No, what is it? 0.01 years average maturity. Return is 3%. Just like your savings bank account. But the beauty here is that you get it on your nothing called minimum balance. Whatever amount is there, you will get it. Unlike in bank. In bank, minimum balance and so many things are there. So that's the beauty of this. 1 day maturity. Come to next scheme. Open-ended liquid scheme. What is this? Everything is same. Look here. What it says? 7 days and above. Oh, it's going up. So return has gone up. So where do you invest? And you will say, oh, you invest in treasury bills. Can you see this? You invest in commercial deposits, commercial papers, certificate of deposits. Oh, can you see this? You can see this, I think. No. So where are you investing? Treasury bills, certificate of deposit, commercial papers. No, you can invest in this. And corporate securities. No. All this is indicating you up to 7 days and plus maturity. And look at that. That was 1 day. It has maturity is 34 days, little more. So as the maturity is proceeding, risk goes up, return also goes up. Come next. Money market fund. Look at the maturity. Those from 32 days, it's now 100 days plus. Maturity also, so return also gone up. Yield is nothing but return. Yield to maturity means return of a bond if held till its maturity. Yield to maturity. Correct. And then you can say, oh, treasury bills, government securities, then certificate of deposit, then commercial papers. Oh, so all look same, but a longer tenure, little longer tenure, 100 days. You can invest for 30 days and above. Fantastic. Fine. Look at the expense ratio. Unlike 2% and around 1%, you are paying 33 paisa. 21 paisa, still people say mutual fund is costly. Without knowing, they say. No, are you getting my point? Without knowing, they will comment. Debt. No, fine. You go to ultra short-term debt. You go to ultra short-term debt, and there you will say, okay, ultra short-term debt. So there you will say it is a little more. 100 days, say it is almost around 150 days or so, and the return is little more. No, as the maturity goes up, where do you invest? Treasury bills, certificate of deposit, commercial papers, corporate securities. No, this way you can see it. So as the maturity goes up, scheme's maturity goes up, the return also goes up, because one risk goes up, and that is a interest rate risk goes up. An indicative tenure is 3 months and above. You invest for anything more than 3 months and plus, and you get this kind of return. No, such a simple thing that fund house is publishing to you. What kind of return you should expect? What is the horizon of investment? What is the expense ratio I will be charging? Any exit load I have? No exit load is there. How much you can invest? What is the aim of the scheme? 10,914 crore rupees is the AUM. This is the AUM of the scheme. Since when this scheme is incepted? May 11. Quite big, no? So you can see this. If you go below, ultra short-term debt is okay. No, savings fund. So this way you can see a little more. No, if you go a little less, no, savings fund. If I go to the floating, you leave it at floating, a different category. So I'm leaving it. Short-term bonds, little more, no, little 4 years. You have taken a very smart risk now. So the risk, the bond return has also around 5.5%. And then you have a treasury bills, you have government security, then you have a certificate of deposit, commercial papers, corporate bonds. No, corporate bonds and short-term bonds, corporate bonds. It's fine. So you have bonds, No, then this is the bond fund. It is even longer, I trust. Oh my God, it's 8 year. And so then you have return going little up. It carries a huge interest rate risk. So should we take this kind of risk? Not required. Not required. And weather will tell you why this interest rate risk at this point of time is not a good tool for you. Oh, this is need to be understood. This needs to be understood. Fine, interest rate risk. Again, the bonds will have a similar kind of underlying instruments. Government securities, short-term, long-term, corporate securities. You do not find a lot of money market instrument here because maturity is quite long. So you have a long-term bond, Government of India bond, and the other bonds. Can you see here in the long-term government securities, it is like 6.64% GOI 2035. What does this mean? Can somebody tell me? What is this 0.64% GOI 2035? 2035, I can see 2035 SOV. So SOV stands for sovereign. No, SOV stands for sovereign. So 2035, 6.64% GOI 2035. What does this mean? This means SOV means sovereign, government bonds. The bond issued by government is called sovereign bond. Okay, so 6.64% is the coupon. I will pay you. I'm government. I will pay you. 6.64% is the coupon. And 2035 is the maturity date. So if you have invested, I will pay you 2035, 6.64%, and that will be sovereign in nature. I will tell you something more about the sovereign. Just wait. Come next. 7.19%. Uttar Pradesh SDL. 2031. Maturity in 2031. Sovereign. Uttar Pradesh government have raised money from market, promising return of 7.19% yield. SDL means state developmental loans. State development, like our state West Bengal government will also be issuing. That will be called WBSDL, West Bengal State Developmental Loans. Earlier, we used to call it State GSEC and Central GSEC. But now, the state GSECs are called SDL, State Developmental Loans. But sovereign bond. These are sovereign bonds. Fine. These are sovereign bonds. So you have a SDL, right? And then 6.67% GOI 20. This is a 30-year bond. Oh my God. It's 30-year bond. Government of India has raised 30-year bonds. Recently, I think some 2 years back, government came out with this long-term bond. And I think they came out successfully 2-3 bonds of 30-year bonds, tell you. 2020 they came out, and this is 2050. Yeah. So almost 29 years is left in this bond. Fine. These bonds are traded in the market, quite liquid. Quite liquid. So you can say these are the bonds. Now go to corporate bond, and there you will find a lot of bonds with corporate. No, it's though it says corporate bonds, it has all the government security. Look at the Rajasthan government, SDL, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat. Where is my West Bengal? Where is my West Bengal? Telangana, Maharashtra, West Bengal. It is here. We are giving interest of 7.29%. No. Now you will say, why 7.29%? The point of time when actually we were raising this bond, no, the interest rate was around this. So we are paying this 7.29%. No, that is what it says. So you have a 7%, something like that is there. No, so these are the different. You can see the 8.34%. They are paying. So when they raise this money at that point of time, interest rate was quite high. The state developmental loans. Can you see this SDL? State developmental loans. This is the portfolio. It's a bond portfolio. Okay, and all will have a ratings. This is called rating. No, this is called rating. I will show you a little more on the rating. Come and see. I think yes. See this rating. Most of them are sovereign, but then you can see here. Can somebody say what is this rating means? AAA, A plus, AAA, 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 double A plus. No, and you can also have a rating like. Double A minus should have been there. Here you will find something called double A minus. Can you see? Double A minus. Can you see double A minus? You have different rating double A. So what is this rating means, and who are these like CRISIL, CARE, ICRA, Fitch? Who are these guys? CRISIL, CARE. You are a student of finance, so you may land up in these guys. You may land up with these people. You can work tomorrow with these guys. No. So who are these? CRISIL, CARE, ICRA, and Finch. Who are these guys? Some idea? These are credit rating institutions. These are credit rating institutions. What they do? What they do? They do like they rate your credit worthiness. You are going to borrow from the market, no? So you have to pay tomorrow. You are going to borrow from market, so you have to pay tomorrow. Fine. So when you borrow from market and you have to pay tomorrow, in that case, you have to ensure that you are able to pay tomorrow. How is possible? That is possible only when you are able to rate and you have a good rating. Who will decide good rating? It's the rating agency. They will look at your finance, they will look at the performance of the company, and then accordingly, they will decide that what should be your rate. Okay, so rating companies are registered with the SEBI. They are SEBI registered financial intermediary. Look at the word. The very beginning I said to you, financial intermediary. Mutual fund is a SEBI registered financial intermediary. Yes. Similarly, rating agency is a SEBI registered financial intermediary. Okay, so they are those who will be rating you. How do they rate you? They rate with the credit worthiness. What is this credit worthiness? This is the ability of a borrower to pay back to lender. If I borrow from you 1 lakh rupees, you will ask the third person, क्या वो pay कर पाएगा? You will say, हाँ, चिंता नहीं करो, जरूर पे करेगा. Good credit rating. Ability of a borrower to pay back to lender. You are a lender. You are giving me 1 lakh rupees. Ability of a borrower to pay back to the lender. That's a credit rating. Okay. So you get different kind of rating. Triple A, double A, single A, triple B, double B, single B. Like that, so many ratings are there. You will find mutual fund does not go normally beyond B. And now single A does not go beyond single A. They hold up to single A. Like A plus and all, you can see prestige state A plus, no, up to. They normally don't prefer to go into triple B even. Though mutual fund SEBI has allowed you to go to up to B. Anything below B will be called below investment grade securities. Fine. But anything above B will be called investment grades. So this is a little ahead. We will not go into those details. But these are the called ratings. But look at sovereign. What is this SOV means? SOV means sovereign quality. So I am using a new slide for you to explain you. This will help you a little easier. What is this sovereign? This sovereign quality means government bonds. Only government bonds are called sovereign quality bonds. No. Now, if you want to see this to understand how this works like, it works like this. This is all, I could have, I shown you, dividend income, realized capital gain, unrealized, all these things. And how the NAV is, big subject is there. This is a very big subject. And how this is the old way, now new has changed now. So, and taxes and all this, I will not go into those details now. It will become a little more cumbersome for you. So come to this. Yeah. So I will show you this slide. This you can see. This will be really a very interesting topic for the people, those who are with the finance background. No. So equity has a risk, debt has a risk. And I can tell you so far the risk of debt. Interest rate risk and credit risk. No, interest rate risk and credit risk. No. So you can now recall, oh, interest rate risk. This risk arises in a bond on account of its maturity. Longer the maturity, longer the duration, longer the tenure, higher the interest rate risk. Longer the maturity, longer the duration, longer the bond maturity, longer the bond tenure, higher is the interest rate risk. So overnight fund less risky, ultra short term little more risky, short term more risky, medium term more risky, and long term bond even more risky. Why? Longer interest rate risk, higher interest rate risk. Okay. The second I told you about credit risk, ability of a borrower to pay back to the lender. Credit risk. No, I could be able to show you there. So different rating was there. No. So how does this look like? This look like something like this. No, something like this. This picture will tell you. This picture will tell you. This will tell you this is a yield, different return, rate of return. And this is the maturity. Longer the maturity, higher the yield. And I have plotted this yield curve for government security. Government security, zero credit risk. No. So zero credit risk, that means zero, that's a sovereign bond. SOV. I have not written SOV. I should have written here. SOV, government treasury. No, red color. Government treasury, SOV, sovereign bond. Now you will say my bond is AAA bond. I'm a corporate, good corporate, AAA bond. But anyway, it is inferior than sovereign bond. So you have to pay me more. You pay me more. I will be happy with government 6%, but I will demand 6.5% from you. You will say, I'm a organized, just a small entity. Oh, you pay me even more because you are more risky. You pay me 7%. You will say somebody is even more riskier. 8%. No, like that. So this keeps going up. This is called yield spread. Credit spread. Just get familiar with the word, nothing more. Conceptually, you will say lending to a government is easier, lending to a corporate is little difficult, lending to a poor corporate even difficult. No. So everybody understand this, that if the borrower has got a poor ability to pay you back, I need more interest from you because I am taking more risk. I have given you an example. You will immediately connect with that. You will immediately connect with that. I will tell you an example. You must have heard chit fund. No? How much do they commit? I will pay you 16%, 17%, 18%. Why? They know they are not a rated bond. They are not a sovereign bond. They are quite risky bond. So unless they offer 17%, 18%, people will not invest, and people fell prey to that. You see, this is again this concept of credit risk. Though that was a very different territory altogether, but understand this: when the issuer's ability to pay you back is compromised, when issuer's ability to pay you back is a little less, then you have a credit risk. So you come to this segment and to say, oh my God, now it's so easy to understand that a bond will have an interest rate risk and bond will have a credit risk, and we can measure this bond. In equity, you have two types of risk. One is called systematic risk, that is called market risk. And please read offer document carefully before making investment. Investment in mutual fund is subject to market risk. उसी को बोलते हैं systematic risk. If market goes up, you will have a value. If market comes down, you will lose value. Systematic risk. Fine. And unsystematic risk, that is because investment in one stock. It is because investment in one stock. So systematic risk and unsystematic risk. Fine. So equity have a two type of risk: systematic risk and unsystematic risk. And debt has the two types of risk: interest rate risk and credit risk. Now you will say, sir, no. In first year I read, and debt has even more. Yes, debt has other also risk. Some risk. Those are different. We will come. We do not require to read so much. No, read step by step, slowly. Read slowly. Fine. Read slowly. Okay. Debt. I will send you some of the videos on this. Simple videos, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. And I will ask her to just forward it to you. Just listen to that. And once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and then it will become so simple for you. Fine. Ultimately, if you know it, it becomes easier. No, if you know it, it becomes easier. Fine. So systematic risk and unsystematic risk. Fine. So these are the normal interest rate risks to which we are exposed to. And you must learn these risks to understand the mutual fund, Fine. Now comes, is this the end of the risk? For the working level, operation level, this is really the end of the risk. But of course, if you want to go deep into the market, then of course, there's a lot of risk that you need to read and understand. Fine. So, but this much is, if you are able to do this much, then it is a more than enough that you can actually explain to your people. Fine. So this is one aspect. Now, by now, I'm summarizing a little bit of things for you because it should not become too jumbled upon you. In the beginning, I gave you concept of mutual fund with a lot of jargons. I gave you. Kind of financial planning, diversification, asset allocation, then AUM, net asset value, capital market, risk management, risk minimization, return maximization. I didn't tell you how we do it. I didn't tell you because this is not probably going to cover today. And then I said investors, who are all investors. And then in the schemes of mutual funds. So in the next segment, I could able to tell you the schemes type. So there you said open-ended, closed-ended, interval funds, equity schemes, debt schemes. Now hybrid is a mix of both. Fine. Then you said, okay, let us go into equity scheme. You said, yes, I know one word, large capitalization. So you have a large cap, you have a mid cap, you have a small cap, you have a multi cap, you have flexi cap, you have a dynamic word. Couple more are left, but this much you could able to see. Then I said, okay, fine. Let us come to the debt segment. Then debt, I said, longer bonds, shorter bonds, less than 1 year bond maturity will be called money market, and more than 1 year maturity will be called, of course, a long-term bond. Fine. So this way bond will be also explained. So that also you saw. Then you saw the examples of different types of equity, different types of bond. And you came into the examples in the scheme by watching the portfolios, by watching the ratings, by watching the different script. And there you could able to know how all it looks like from an investor point of view. Investor will see only two things. Which scheme I am investing? You will say you're investing in, say, a equity open-ended scheme, something called multi-cap. That's all. And this much is almost nothing that he could able to make out except acha equity de diye hai. That's all he will say. Equity de diye hai. That's all. But you know, it's a equity, and then within that equity, it's a multi-cap. So it has a large cap, it is a mid cap, it is a small cap. He will say it will have a systematic risk. It will not have a much of unsystematic risk. You can measure. So these all part, no, slowly you will understand. But an investor will come to know, sir, आप एक portfolio बना दीजिए मेरे लिए. He will ask me, next segment, I will be building portfolio for you. Fine. So he will be saying, okay, I will make a portfolio for you. Come to mutual fund, and mutual fund portfolio, I will make some amount of money into equity, some amount into debt, some amount into hybrid. In equity, I will give you large cap and mid cap because you cannot take risk of a small cap. So only large and mid cap. I will give you some multi cap also. This much of equity, and then I will put some amount in the liquid fund, some amount in the ultra short term debt fund. No. And like that, you create portfolios, no combination. While seeing those examples, you could also see how the NAV is calculated, what is the exit load, and then what is the regular and what is the direct. No, when you invest through a distributor, that becomes regular. When you invest directly, that becomes a direct. And then you said how much it costs you, roughly around 75 paisa to 80 paisa in expense ratio. No, means if you are investing directly, your expense ratio will come down and your return will go up. Expense ratio will come down, return will go up. So to what extent? You will say around 75 paisa, max to max 1%, sir. They will say, sir, it doesn't matter much. No, it matters a lot. And I could able to show you and a 4,000 rupees per month investment that Sohini did and 4,000 rupees per month investment that Aditya did. And they both did for 40 years. No, 40 years. They felt, okay, I'm doing my retirement planning. No, they are doing the retirement planning. And what is that they did? Is that Sohini said, I will be doing directly because I know mutual fund. I will choose my portfolio. And Aditya said, okay, I will do it through my advisor. He will do for me. But then if you are doing from advisor, then actually you are paying almost nearly 1%. I will say 75% to 1% extra. So this 1% costs you. Yes. In a long term, it actually costs you. Sony could able to have around 6.5 crore rupees at 12%, nearly 13%. And Aditya at 12% hardly had a 4.5 crore rupees. No. So people do not understand because they do not make computation, calculation. You are young generation people who are capable of comprehensive evaluation. So learns Excel to do computation. This Excel functions you must know. I think 5 or 6 functions will do wonder for your entire personal finance engagement. Entire 5 or 6 ones. Fine. So you should do this 5, 6. Fine. This way, your introduction to schemes and concept is complete. But
Mr. Bharadwaj, this is Saugata, sir.
yes.
Actually, sorry to disturb you because this session has to be now. It's for lunch break. After the lunch, we will start on 2 p.m. Please, sir, continue on that time. Okay,
Fine.
and we are also the question and answer session will be starts after your complete your all the session whatever you have to say to us. And sir, PKV sir, you have to say something.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible also.
I'm visible also. Okay. So, Mr. Bharadwaj, is it all right? We
Yes,
take
sir.
a lunch break, and at 2 o'clock, we resume. And what are the topics you are planning after post lunch?
Yeah, it is only the portfolio making now.
Portfolio making now. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that is very interesting. That is
Yes.
very, very interesting.
Yes, sir.
So I think we can do that immediately after the lunch break. And
Yes.
I have a request also that before taking that lunch portfolio, if you could please explain for the benefit of all the people who are present, the difference between index fund, a exchange traded fund, and a fund of funds.
Okay.
If
Yes.
you could
Yes.
spend a few minutes to
Yes, sir.
explain this, huh? And then
Sure.
you can take the construction of the portfolio and all that kind of thing.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay then. Thank you for the. It is a wonderful session. I have
Really.
also learned so much. You see,
Yes, yes.
I
Me
had
too,
a
sir.
general idea of things, of course, but many nitty-gritties and all, I was a little doubtful. So I have
Yes,
been
sir.
with you all along, as you can see, and I intend to be with you in the post-lunch session also.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we can have the lunch break now then.
Thank
Me
you.
too,
And
sir.
we'll meet at 2 o'clock then.
Sure, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you
And
very much. Thank you.
all the
Yeah,
students, please
uh,
join after the post lunch. Okay,
yeah.
on 2
2
p.m.
o'clock
We'll
at 2
meet
o'clock.
on 2 o'clock.
Uh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, we just for a few minutes. Or
Just give another couple of minutes.
yes, sir.
Huh.
Location of this college is in Dalhousie, I suppose, sir.
No, I did not correct you. We are actually in sector 5,
Oh,
Salt Lake.
Salt Lake. Oh.
I did not want to correct you there. Yeah. You see, we are right in the middle of all the IT sector.
Oh, that's a
Uh,
fantastic place. Yeah.
so uh, on one side of us, this TCS, big campus of TCS is there, right
Okay.
next to our college.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and
And
actually, we would like to once the college opens physically,
yeah.
outside people are allowed to come in. We'd like
Yes.
to invite you to visit us.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
So the group is actually comprising of this Institute of Engineering and Management, which is at Kolkata, which is the starting point of this whole, education uh, effort of this group. And in addition to that, we have the University of Engineering and Management, which is at Newtown. It is right next to St. Xavier's University.
Oh,
Right next to St. Xavier's University, we have University of Engineering and Management in Newtown.
okay. Okay.
And we have another University of Engineering and Management in Jaipur.
Jaipur, that is in
Yeah,
Rajasthan.
which is on the Chomu Road, about 30 kilometers from Jaipur.
Oh,
Uh, so that is also now almost 10 years old, 10, 11 years old. And IEM itself is 32 or 33 years old now.
my goodness. Great.
So this was the first private, higher education institution in West Bengal. So at the time of Jyoti Basu,
Such.
we were the first private institution to be given land here to start a education.
Long back, sir, there was Globsin also, I think the same area.
Globsin is there. Globsin is also in Sector 5, but Globsin, their main campus has now moved to near Joka.
Yeah, Joka. Yeah, Joka.
Yeah, Joka. Yeah. So we are now autonomous institution, under the Macaut, Maulana Abul Kabul University of Technology. The old name was WBUT, West Bengal University of Technology.
Yes.
So we are now a autonomous institution under Macaut. So we can have our own syllabus. We conduct our own examinations. Everything we conduct on our own. Only the actual degree comes from the university. That's all. So, and there is the engineering side and there is the management side. So Institute of Engineering and Management, that's why it is called. And total, the total number of students of both this IEM, UEMs put together and all, now we are about almost 13,000-14,000 students.
13,000-14,000?
Yeah. 13,000-14,000 students now. In IEM alone, we have more than 8,000 because there are 4 years of engineering.
Okay.
4 years of engineering, then 2 years of MBA. Then we have got BBA, BCA. Those are 3-year programs, BBA, BCA.
Yes,
so all this put together about 8,000 students, 8 to 9,000 in IEM, and the others are in UM Kolkata and UM Jaipur.
So admin must be very big job, no? For 8,000, admin must be very big job.
Yeah, it is. and and in the last year and a half has been very, very demanding because of this online. No, we have switched over completely to online. There was no other choice. So all the teaching we have done online. We have conducted all the examinations online. Everything, midterm, end term, sab kuch online. And we have declared the results, and then the new batch has just joined about 1 month back.
Yes.
So for the first year new batch, we have already started the online classes. And for the second year, they were doing their summer internship project. So from next week, the second year MBA batch will also join in classes, online classes. But teachers are all required to go to the college. Now teachers, earlier we were work from home, but in the last about 10 days, 10-15 days, we are now attending college on a regular basis. But the classes are being conducted online from the college. And kuch in very selected numbers, 5-10 numbers in small batches, we can call the students to the campus, for discussion. Agar wo internship project they want to discuss, or some other things, events they want to discuss. So then in small batches of 5, 6, 10 students, we can call them. This is what is being allowed. Let us see what happens now from September, whether the government relaxes further or not.
Yeah, we are listening of some good news, but then sometimes there's something here and there bad news also comes. Friday, some Kappa kind of a virus strain was there in Maharashtra. Kappa.
So these are all these new variations which are coming, which and
things unfold. In fact, even in industry side, the training has almost gone down by 70%, I will say.
But the stock market mein to booming. It is booming, absolutely booming.
Everybody is coming in the stock market, sir.
You see, all investors are flooding in now.
Fixed deposits are not getting renewed. 5.5% they say, okay, let's make money.
So the appetite, risk appetite has gone up, I would say.
But very, very risky, in fact, no.
I feel so also,
People with a lot of ignorance are coming in the market.
I feel so,
I was doing one program a couple of days back for angel brokers. So I was asking them the quality check that they normally do with the new kind of monthly. He said, sir, ये डीमैट अकाउंट में उनको कुछ समझ में नहीं आती है कि क्या कर रहे हैं, और वो सीधा लिवरेजिंग में ट्रेडिंग करना चाहते हैं. या कैश में काम करवा लो, यही बोलते थे, कम से कम लिमिटेड लॉस ही तो होंगे, अनलिमिटेड में खड़ा करो. कि दूसरा लोग कर रहा है तो व्हाई कांट आई डू, ऐसे करके वाले को तो पैसा बन जाता है सर, तो therefore they allow.
Yes, Abhi, see, they have not seen the bad times also, no?
That is the thing, yes, sir.
See, and lot of the young generation is flooding in. The young generation has not lost money, na? Abhi tak
Yes.
they have not lost money.
Yes.
So they think this is it continues like this.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we can start. Sogato, we can start.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Please.
okay.
Please, sir.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome back after lunch, and good to know about your college also. I think I have passed through your college by the side of boundary. I think once or twice while I was there in the sector 5 side. Fantastic, great. I see. I will summarize everything in just 2 minutes time. In the pre-lunch session, what we discussed about the concept and definition of a mutual fund. And there we used a simple kind of 2 words: financial intermediary. All the banks are financial intermediary. All the insurance company are financial intermediary. All the mutual funds are financial intermediary. What the job is that all those who have got surplus of savings. Yeah. When I use this word, remember this: we do not encourage take loan and invest. Yeah. See, when we say savings has to be deployed. So bank, insurance and mutual fund does not encourage you to take loan and invest. Who encourages you? Capital market. If you go and trade in capital market, if you buy a stock in capital market, there is a concept of leveraging. They encourage you. So look at the concept. Concept is based like this. So mutual fund, insurance and bank, they promote savings and deploy that savings in the form of deposits, investments and policy investments. That goes into capital market, comes back in the form of net asset value, comes back in the form of dividend in capital gain. This is called financial intermediary job. Then we saw the beauty of mutual fund is that some 4 words I say, always we say, asset allocations. We allocate our finance, our capital in different assets. We have 4 types of financial assets: equity, debt, currency, commodity. Currency we are not permitted because we do not have capital account convertibility. We can trade in currency, but we cannot invest in currency. Fine. More than this, we will sometime talk about currency derivative. There we'll discuss. Okay. Then commodity, we have been allowed, mutual fund have been allowed commodity, but we invest only in gold because of liquidity advantage that. Equity, of course, we do it fantastic. We do debt a lot. So asset allocation, the process of allocating assets in different securities is called diversification. So do not put all your egg into one basket. Basically, it's about reducing the risk appetite of an individual. Fine. And then third is that collectively this is called diversity. This is called portfolio. So that entire is called collectively portfolio. And why do this is that to completely financial plan. Everybody has to plan his finance. And I could able to show you with a small investment of 4,000 rupees, Sohani could able to make such a big amount of money. Aditya could able to make a big amount of money. So you can do retirement planning, you can do your tax planning, you can do your investment planning, you can do your insurance planning, and you can do also estate planning. These 5 plannings together is called financial planning. There is a separate study for this, like NISM, an academic body of SEBI. They promote some regulatory program for this NISM 10A, 10B. And do this. This is required when you come into the market segment. Definition part, concept part. Then you get to the equity. What type of schemes? I could able to show you few schemes, couple of here. So we'll do this 3 schemes, 4 schemes we'll do now. So we saw large cap, mid cap, small cap. I defined capitalization initially. A number of stocks outstanding multiplied by the market price gives you capitalization, and rightly, and I'm missing the name. I think Anirudh, he said about the Reliance has the largest capitalization company. There are roughly 14 lakh crore rupees. Yeah, do research on this. Do research on this. It's a fantastic area. It will instigate a lot of things within you, a lot of thought process within you, and actually you will be able to know a lot about capital market. So large cap 1 to 100 in terms of capitalization, mid cap 101 to next 150, that is 250, and thereafter 250 onward, that's a small cap, large cap, mid cap, small cap. And we make combination of large cap diversified fund, mid cap diversified fund, small cap diversified fund, large and mid diversified fund, small and mid, different combination. Combination is mean because we are a sales guy. So we always say, people will say, कुछ नया लाए हैं. अरे कुछ नया लाए हैं तो हर दिन नया क्या आ सकती है, तो we make different kind of combination, but ultimately diversification is intended for reducing the risk of an investor. Fine. Then we came to the debt segment, and in debt you felt, oh, debt is an obligation, equity is an ownership. So debt is an obligation, I have to pay you back with due time value of money. So if I take longer period to pay you back, then risk goes up. And so you said, oh, so simple. Then the instrument, financial debt instrument with longer maturity, with longer tenure, with longer duration, all these three words are used interchangeably. Okay, maturity, duration, and tenure. So longer the maturity, duration, or tenure, that means larger is the risk. And that risk name is called interest rate risk. A little longer, little more side to go into the interest rate risk, but let us understand up to this much only. So that means if you take a bond with, say, a scheme, mutual fund scheme with maturity of 1 year, 2 year, 2.5 years, you're largely safe, absolutely safe. You are largely safe. And if you go in 5 year, 7 year segment, no, there you are exposed to vagaries of interest rate risk. So normally we say avoid that area, come to this area. And then second risk was credit risk. There you said whom actually you are lending to. Like PNB lended to Vijay Malaya, ran away. No, so whom are you lending to? It's a borrower, no, his ability to pay you back. So if it is government, we say it's a credit risk free. That's called sovereign bond, SOV. Central government borrows, it is called GSEC. When a state government borrows, it is called SBL, State Developmental Loan. Okay, fine. When central government borrows for longer tenure, 20 year, 30 year, up to 30 year, they're allowed. It is called government security. When they borrow for less than 1 year, it is called treasury bills. Okay, treasury bills, government security, and state developmental loans all are free from credit risk. Means they will not default. It is a assumed practice, it is established practice, and they will not default. Other than that, will be called corporate bond, and then good quality, poor quality, very poor quality. No. So based on that, we give a rating. Who assigns rating? SEBI's rating agency. SEBI have given a license to some institutions to rate others, like CRISIL, KR, ICRA. Fine. So they are rating agency, and they give a denomination. They give a terminology like AAA, AA. They give this kind of a stamp. So AAA is best after sovereign. AAA is best after sovereign. AAA then AA, single A, or kharab thoda sa. Nahi, triple B, double B, little compromising on the quality. Single B, compromising quality. So the more you compromise on the quality, the higher return that you can get. That is called credit risk return. No. So this way, schemes are designed with a different kind of combination. Sometimes we plug in sovereign bonds with AAA bond, sometimes sovereign bond with, say, AA bond, sometimes AAA bond with AA bond, sometimes single B. Single B normally we do not take. Triple B I have seen normally. Nowadays, nobody is taking risks. So they take single A. ICICI is very, very conservative that way. Single A, very, very safe they play. Good strategy. So this way you create bond instruments, so bond portfolios, so bond schemes, and then equity portfolio, equity schemes. No, this way is condition. So in that reference, no, we came to know about concept of net asset value, concept of expense ratio, concept of direct investment, concept of regular investment. Fine. So these all concepts were also discussed along with that. I always recommend that do one small thing, and I said 3 things I have to ask my students to do. One, that please prepare your YouTube. Make yourself known to the world. Let the world know. And you have a better voice quality. Yeah, in the morning, 2 of the students I saw, they're speaking fantastic. They didn't come back again, but they're doing a fantastic speech in the morning. Prepare your own videos. Load it, upload it there on the concept of what you understood. Link that with the LinkedIn. I'm insisting because this is the way. We are not going to be now physical the way it used to be there, at least for the next a couple of months. So you have to go to the job market. So virtual. No. Exploit LinkedIn a lot. Give link there. People will make a comment. Good, bad. It's okay. For you, nothing matters. Just anything that you do. Do this, you do. Second, I sent you some of the presentation. I think you will get it through your professor, sir. Then I will give you some words, jargons that I was normally using. So I will send that also to you. Fine. And then I also urge upon you to go to Google and download fact sheet. Just write fact sheet of any mutual fund. You can do Kotak, you can do HDFC, you can do SBI, ICICI, anyone. Download that and read what they have written. That is the communication they give to the entire market. That is the only thing that we have to see. Whatever we know is that we translate in those kind of publications. No, every month this is published. Very rich source of information, very bright source of information. All those what you are going to study in MBA finance, no, is being used there. See how we use it. How do you use the standard deviation? How do you use duration? How do you use beta? No, expense ratio, Sharpe ratio, Tinner ratio, Jensen alpha. All the things that you study there, no, actually will see how it is being used in the market. So do these three things. It's a fantastic learning. Now coming to a couple of schemes. No, so there are three schemes that I will discuss now, and then we'll do for the portfolio construction, and then I will leave it open for your question. Very precisely, I will go. First scheme, very outstanding scheme, that's called index fund. And I'm sharing a book for you, sharing a presentation for you for this, and just for the purpose of getting your concentration only. That will help us. That will help me to get your concentration only. So look here. Yeah, this is the I will slide so current, and you can see index fund. Look at the risk and return parameter. It is having the lowest risk. Understand, risk in our market is loss. No, risk is not loss in our market. In our market, risk means uncertainty. Hey, look here. You must have heard standard deviation. That's how this is a different. It's an oscillation along the mean. A standard deviation. It's a deviation from the mean. No, a standard deviation. Like if I say, Aditya, how much is the average marks that you have got from class 1 to class 10? He said, average marks are, it's around 90%. I said, what is the standard deviation? You said, sir, it's a 5. Oh, that means you got 95 on the highest range and the 85 in the lowest range. No, so this is the standard deviation I could be able to find out from the given set of data. No, for Aditya, it is a 5 standard deviation. For Sohani, it is a 9 standard deviation. Sometimes he has done extremely good, 99 marks. Mean is 90 for both of them. And sometimes he got 81. No, higher standard deviations. Look here, it's uncertainty. Uncertainty, not loss. In finance, risk means uncertainty, not loss. No, loss, people understand. The part of behavioral finance, no, if you will research more, study more, no, will come to something called new concept of behavioral finance. Read Tversky, read Daniel Kahneman and all. They will give you great insight about how the people perceive market and how the expert understand market. These two are two different concepts. So people perceive risk as a loss and expert perceive risk as an uncertainty. So look here, I'm plotting, just look at my cursor, and how does this look like? It looks like I'm plotting, just look at my cursor. Look at the standard deviation. I'm making, look at the standard deviation. Look at the loop. My loop is going more enlarged. No, you can see as I progress towards sector fund, it goes up and up and up. So standard deviation goes up, uncertainty goes up. Index fund, it's the lowest in uncertainty in terms of equity. It's not about debt. It's not about debt, it's only about equity. So first thing is that index fund is least risky among all the equity schemes, number one. Number two, why it is least risky? Because of one restriction that schemes has put into. What is that restriction? It says that a scheme has to invest its portfolio in certain benchmark. Benchmark is index. Let us say Nifty 50. Let us say BSE 30. Nifty 50 has got 50 stocks. BSE 30 has got 30 stocks. Index fund says, listen to me carefully. Index fund says, if index fund benchmark is BSE 30, if index fund benchmark is BSE 30, then invest only in 30 stock, neither 31 nor 29. And in the same proportion as they are in the index. Means if Hindustan Lever is 6% in the index, 6% will be Hindustan Lever in your portfolio also. Absolutely mirror image, absolutely replica image. No research. Discipline is the most important. That means if the index will go up, your portfolio will go up. Index will come down, your portfolio will come down. Index will go by 10%, you will go by 10%. Index will come down by 10%, you will come. You are not doing any research. Means you are not putting new stocks or leaving some stocks which you feel is not going to do good. No, in index fund, you have no mandate. Who? Fund manager does not have any mandate to invest beyond the horizon of underlying benchmark. Whereas, listen to me, whereas in all the schemes from multi-cap to sector fund, the fund manager will have a ability, he will have a mandate. Aditya was the fund manager. So Aditya will have a mandate here from multi-cap to sector fund to choose the best what he feels, to omit a stock which he does not feel good. Like he will say, I will not buy any hotel today. Because hotels, because of COVID, are not doing good. He will say, I will not buy any aviation. Indigo, I will not buy because जहाज किसको चलता नहीं है. He can do this because he has a mandate from multi-cap to sector fund, but he will not do in index fund. He has to buy in the equal proportion as defined in the index. Okay. Then Aditya comes back and says, okay, in that case, I will be giving you performance equal to the index, neither more nor less. That means index funds are designed where a investor should only get the underlying benchmark performance. It's a lot more certain. No, it's a lot more certain. Whereas you have here a lot of uncertainty. Here, Aditya is doing a lot of research, picking good stocks. Sometimes he's right, sometimes he could be wrong also. So he can sometimes outperform benchmark, sometimes underperform benchmark. That uncertainty is the efficiency or inefficiency of Aditya. But from multi-cap to sector fund, this is called actively managed fund. Actively managed fund. Index fund is passively managed fund. No, so index fund is passively managed fund. Index fund people prefer if they want equity with almost no faith in the fund manager. We say like that if you want equity, but you say, Baba, I do not trust you guys. I know you always make a mess of everything. And give me index, I will be happy with what index perform. I think index is going to grow by 10%, 12%. I'm fine with 10%, 12%. So he will buy index fund. Less risk and controlled return and a lot of discipline. In fact, in America and Europe, index funds are more popular than normal, ordinary, actively managed fund. Because in those countries, good stocks are difficult to come nowadays because it's already developed economy. And a new company are not so frequently as we have in our country, developing economy. So our stocks are frequently coming up. New stocks are emerging very fast. So in our country, outperforming benchmark has been quite frequent activities. So in India, index fund that way is not so popular unless you really aspire to be more disciplined in terms of investment and return. No, some people do not change return. So they prefer to go in index fund. Passively managed, least risky among entire equity segment. But then you will have a one understanding here. You will say, oh my God. I said, what? You said morning index was 5,000 down and I invested then. But by the time market closed in the evening, the market came back. So I could not able to, because at the end of the day, when market closed at 3:30, then you get the index value for investment. You said, I saw at 11 o'clock, market came down drastically by 5,000. I invested because of that 5,000 decline. But by the time market closed, market came back to 5,000 covered up. And so ultimately, I got no benefit of that downside because you said, okay, thank you. Whatever you are investing in entire day, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you will get the NAV applicable as the market of 3:30. So intraday benefit is not there in index fund. Index fund gives you end of day NAV, end of day, closing day, market price, closing day NAV, end of day. You said, I want the intraday. Then mutual fund said, don't worry. Mutual fund said, don't worry. I will list the index fund on the stock exchange. That is called ETF, exchange traded fund. Now, the way you trade in a stock, at any point of time, you get that price. So intraday benefit of underlying benchmark can be taken from the ETF, that is the exchange traded fund. For example, if 11 o'clock market down by 5,000 and you purchase ETF that point of time, you purchase at that, so you get NAV, which was down by almost 5,000 points, you purchased there. And by the end of the day, market came back and then it is in the same place. And you purchased at the same time index fund. You got no benefit of this loop. You got the end of the NAV for index fund, but ETF, you got this benefit. So index fund has become less popular because of ETF also. Nowadays, people buy ETF instead of index fund. Buying and selling ETF is very easy because all you have to just call up your broker and that's all. And a stockbroker, they will buy and sell for you. There is a separate segment on the capital market trading platform that's called mutual fund segment, and there they will do this transaction. ETF comes with a different kind of underlying, like when equity benchmarks are there, the ETF like BSE Sensex and Nifty, we call it a equity ETF. And then sometimes when gold is the underlying benchmark, and that is the most popular worldwide, gold ETF and the oil ETF. Oil ETF, you know, that Brent and NYMEX, you must have heard, these are two different quality of oil we trade in the market. These two and gold are obviously the most common ETF that we had worldwide. People trade 1 o'clock buying, 1:30 selling, 1:45 buying, 2 o'clock selling. They do huge transaction. So ETF is a very popular mode of investments emerging not only in India, all over the world. And why? Because of volatility, intraday volatility. No, whole day market keeps going up, going up. In a day, suppose market goes up by 2%, comes down to 1%. So you have a 3% volatility. If you know how to trade in the market, then you will take benefit of volatility. For you, volatility is an opportunity. Yes. And for those who does not understand volatility, for them it's a scary moment. No. So ETF is basically a trading platform. We do not say it's an investment platform normally, because the kind of prices comes down and goes up. No, it makes you super active, and then you will go and buy and sell. So ETF are normally trading platform. People buy and sell intraday basis, and they take advantage of this intraday price volatility. ETF is the advantage over index fund, we normally say. But the way index fund does not have any very big, what you call, contribution of a fund manager, because it's passively managed. Actually, do you know, computer manages. Aditya will not do anything except signing a paper. Everything is done by computer, from giving order to dealer, from buy, all these things. No, I didn't discuss you how the structure of mutual fund works, and it is not required for normal understanding in the market, but you should know this. No, for risk management point of view also. So Aditya will not do much in the index fund. He will just simply sign a paper and he will go home. The job is of Sony, not of Aditya, because everything is done by computer. Passively managed fund. In ETF also, there is no interference of Aditya. He will just simply sign a document and go. Because the whole day as the market goes up and down, you are aligned. Sometimes a small deviation happens, that is called tracking error. No, it happens only in index fund. It does not happen in ETF. In ETF also, when the demand supply, sometimes there is an aberration, then also sometimes ETF also see this tracking. But then nowadays, SEBI has allowed one new concept that is called market maker. And we call it authorized participant, AP. We call it AP. It's a very big institution. And they always provide you counterparty liquidity. So that is almost now omitted. So ETF does not have tracking error at last. But of course, index fund at times get tracking error. But not to the extent of 50 paisa, 60 paisa, that much only. There's an inbuilt reason for that. So we are not going so detail into that. So the inbuilt reason for that. But index fund, you can see, and it is so simple to understand, so simple to predict, and so less risky, and passively managed fund for a lot more predictability. Now, there is also one fault you can see, fund of fund. You can see here. This is designed basically, this is very, very popular in Europe and America, not so in India. Because of one mistake that SEBI, I will not say mistake, one regulatory reason that SEBI has put it. This fund of fund says, suppose I invested in an ICICI fund of fund. ICICI fund of fund manager Aditya will not invest in market. No, he will invest in other schemes. And then a scheme will invest in the market. So you have two layers. No, you have two layers. Aditya will invest not directly into the market, he will invest in the different schemes, sometimes of his mutual fund himself or for the other fund houses also. That is his discretion. Now you can say, oh my God, that means you will have expense at two levels. One, the other fund houses will charge, and one that you will be charging also. So it is a costly, fund of fund is costly. No, it makes unnecessary diversification. No, it does not make much of sense, except for the fact why this was brought. It was brought for diversification across globe, across asset class. Suppose I want a fund of fund which invest in equity and debt and currency and commodity. Now you don't have any fund like that. So you say, okay, fine. You give me money, a part of money will go into equity portfolio, a part will go in other schemes of a debt portfolio. That was the real fund of fund. And sometimes fund of fund becomes cross geography. A part will go into emerging economy, a part will go into developed economy, a part will go into NASDAQ, like that. So we have a different, that's the cross geography. We have also cross currency investment. So Europe and America has got real concept of fund of fund. Unlike us, our fund of funds are more routine jaded. So it is not popular at all, and very less funds has come. But the worst part is not this what I told you. The worst part is the taxation. While all these schemes have a risk of equity, return of equity, so tax of equity. But fund of fund will have a risk of equity, tax of debt. So that's not efficient. No, equity has got efficient taxation. Debt has not got such efficient taxation. So because of this reason, fund of fund has also not been a very, very good. Nowadays, this offshore fund, you can see, it is merging with the fund of fund in Indian context. And now it is becoming slowly picking up the market. I think for the last 2 years, I have seen the data that tells that offshore funds are making a lot of interest into the mind of investors. And their fund of funds are coming. Means I put my money into ICICI fund of fund, and then ICICI fund of fund is putting in offshore funds. So we invest in different economy. So they are okay, fine. I get a exposure of different kind of economy and their valuation. So that way fund of fund, quite interesting and great emerging. You will see in the next 1 or 2 years, sir, investments in the gold, investment in real estate, investment trust, REIT. This will be picking a lot. Our commodity market is picking very fast. I can tell you, I do in a month nearly 20 programs for commodity and only 10 programs for equity. Commodity is so much in demand nowadays. No, agri commodity, and a great number of programs are coming up. And then bullions, lot of interests are coming over there. People are migrating from equity to commodity because of higher volatility over there. Fine. So emerging areas are like that. So you can see a lot of fund, which will be investing in commodity also, because we have been allowed to do investment in commodity. Fine. So this way, these 3 schemes. So there are a lot of interesting topics and so this 3. Fine. Now let us construct a portfolio. Ultimately, whatever you have earned and learned, no, people will say, "Acha, hamare liye kya solution dete ho?" Nahi. So while doing portfolio construction, no, and what we say is that just keep few things into consideration. And that is, I am leaving a lot of things. I'm leaving a lot of things, and I'm leaving a lot of things. I'm leaving a lot of things. No, so how to construct a portfolio? So just a second. Let me make a combination. Let me make it. Just a second. Let me switch off this mobile. Yes, so sorry. I am opening a new file. Give me a second so that I can show you how to, because building from fresh, एक second. I'm opening a new file. I'm opening a new file that will help you to get an insight how industry actually make a financial portfolio. No, so how industry make a financial portfolio, personal finance, mutual fund investment, learning introduction, debt, discipline, biases, concept of financial market, class. So let us see this. And I'm sharing a new share, and that is learning, equity, and making wealth creation. Now see, when we create a portfolio, we have to see few things. And I think you are seeing my new share. You are seeing my new share. I'm making it a slide. So from here. Now, first of all, you must see scheme aspect. Whether a scheme is actively managed, passively managed. Now you know, because of index fund definition, you can know actively managed, passively. Debt also you have actively managed, passively managed fund. Then important is top down or bottom approach. When you select a scheme, then you should look into whether the scheme is coming, whether the scheme economy, then sector, then the scheme or you go from a stock to the sector to the scheme, selecting that two items. Then decide on whether you want open-ended, close-ended, growth versus value, diversified versus sector. This kind of identification you can do. And ultimately, when you do all these things, then you are actually you are working for asset allocation. I should see this. No, I will have to. This is not customized for you. So just a second. Let me do for you in Excel, and that will be a little easier for you because it should not be confusing. And so I am using an Excel. I think you can see an Excel before you. I have used an Excel, news here and Excel. Yes, you can see the Excel. You see, how do we make portfolio? And how do we make it? How do we make portfolio? Personal portfolio. How do we do this? First thing that we do is that I ask investor, what is your risk appetite? First question. First question. And how do they respond? That's a different question. What is your present cash flow? No, I ask, what is your present value of assets? And present value of liability, like housing loan, loan, and different financial goals. And as a financial advisor, we need to know these all aspects of the investor. And I will demonstrate. Just give this 2 seconds. Few questions, and then we say, okay, this man has got nearly say 70 lakhs rupees of investment value, and his present cash flow is around say 20,000 rupees of investment. Fine, and this is cash flow. Fine, this is cash flow, and this is the assets value, and this is after meeting all the liability. Fine, so you have to invest this. Now, based on that, you ask him risk appetite. He will say low, high, medium. No, so your financial portfolio should look like this. You should look that. When I say financial portfolio, it includes, look here, people do omit this. PF, gratuity. Yes, we have to consider this. PPF, insurance value. You have to, this is your money, and you have to consider this. All this is your money. Then your fixed deposit, your FD in company, all are committed. After this comes MF, equity. MF, balance, MF, debt. Fine. And then comes, if you have to make any stock investment directly in market, direct stock investment, and then comes RD or SIP in mutual fund. Fine. This way. So this is where you keep your old portfolio, and this is where you can make your future portfolio. You can add more. Incremental money will go here. No, it can also come here, no issue. But old portfolio is somewhere kept here. Fine. Now, when you do this, then you come to the fact sheet. The first thing that you should always see is that classify investment amount between equity, debt, and balance fund. Balance is equity plus debt. No, I didn't discuss it, but assume it that you know, assume it, equity plus debt. Fine. Plus classify. You have a X percentage here, you have a Y percentage here, look here, Y percentage here, and you have a Z percentage here. Fine, you identify this amount. Okay, now I ask you a question. Equity you want to invest, sir, can you take risk? You will say equity though, but risk thoda control dena. That means you are fit for index fund, large cap fund, or could be multi-cap diversified. No, low risk. You want in equity but low risk. But someone says no. Equity में लेना है और थोड़ा risk दीजिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. मतलब equity में medium risk. Okay. So I will say go to mid cap diversified. Go to small and mid cap diversified. So this will carry little more risk. No, this will carry little more risk. Fine. And you say नहीं equity भी लेनी है और जम के लेना है, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. You want to say high risk in equity. You say go to sector fund, go to thematic fund, go to global funds, and you have a high risk. So this way you will identify. Now you will say which scheme. No, which scheme? Okay, I will go. First of all, always look at the performance comparison. In fact sheet, I will show it to you before I close the program. In fact sheet, you will say scheme performance like that, and benchmark performance. No, and the spelling, do not go to the spelling. Fine, I'm going faster here. So scheme performance, say for last 1 year like that, then for last 3 years like that, last 5 years like that, and last 10 years, or since inception sometimes like that. If benchmark gives you 10% and if fund gives you 12%, you will say, oh, outperformance by 2%. Benchmark gives in 3 years, say 14%. Schemes gives you 15%. So you will say, okay, 14. So this is 15%. So outperformance. This is called outperformance, and we have a term for this, alpha. Alpha is outperformance of a fund manager against benchmark. Aditya performance, Aditya extra performance, actively managed fund. Yes, alpha can be only in the actively managed fund, not in the passively managed fund. Because Aditya didn't do anything over there. Aditya says, I did in actively managed fund, so I will be able to do it over here. Fine. Always look for the consistency. And then alpha. Alpha is not the primary issue, because you will not see alpha. A fund house will always perform alpha. No, you will not see that. You will not find alpha. You always perform alpha all the while. And consistency is most important. A fund house should be consistent in its performance. That is the first rule. Alpha is a bonus to you. Sometimes they may not produce you alpha also, but it's okay. It's okay. But normally they give you alpha. Then it's a performance. Then you have to say risk analysis. How do you do this? You look at beta, and you look at standard deviation. And what you should see is that you should have a low beta and you should have a low standard deviation. Means high alpha and low beta. You got these two criteria. I'm making it, and I'm putting it into this little bigger, no, so you can make it out. So after doing these activities, no, you are now choosing between this class, this asset allocation. You do this asset allocation, and then you said, I want low on beta and SP, but low on risk, but I want high on return. Fine. Still, you have to see expense, because expense is that pulls your performance. No, how much scheme is charging? Yes, you have a right to see. You saw now. Suhani saw expense ratio, and therefore she decided that I will invest myself, and she got 13%. Aditya got only 12%. At the long time, it makes a huge difference, and people simply omit such things. They are not bothered. They do not spend 5-10 minutes in a week time to understand this concept. And you took probably 3, 4, 5 hours, and you probably know not much. Spend some 10 hours, spend some half an hour a day, alternate day. In 15 days time, you are mastered mutual fund. That is all. You are not supposed to become fund manager. You are supposed to be investment advisor, consultant, as somebody who are going to support. When you want to become fund manager, for that you have to study for 2 years. And then you have to have, of course, great bend, great passion also. So it's not so simple. So after performance and then risk, expense ratio must see. And after expense ratio, one thing which we normally do not see, but we should have seen, is that you must have a look around the portfolio. You can say portfolio I can't do. Yes, you can't do anything, but you should have a scene. You must see inside, because I publish portfolio for you to see it. So this is the way you should do it. First, and you must make this liability very clear to you. Fine. And then this is second activity, is that you distribute your second stage, you distribute the money that you have to invest across equity, debt and balance fund of mutual fund. Third stage, while choosing equity, and always go for higher alpha, and always go for consistency. And I will show you this example. Consistency. Then you go for higher alpha. Then you go for low beta, low standard deviation, go for expense ratio, and go for portfolio details. No, and with this, and we always say, look at track record. Look at track record. So if you are able to find out these 5-6 things, no, and then you are able to create a good stock, good schemes. No, this way we are able to find out, and then you will say, okay, so person with a low risk appetite, should have a high debt and low equity, and person of a medium. So as you proceed from medium to low, as you proceed from medium to low to high, no, to high, your debt will, and debt will become, when debt will become high equity, no, and you will be having high equity and you will be having low debt, no. So that is the basically a principle. This is also called thumbs rules given by de Broglie, and de Broglie, and he's a very famous financial economist, finance economist, and he said about this concept, he said low risk appetite should have a high debt and low equity, and a high risk appetite should have a high debt, low debt and high equity. He said as the age progresses, the debt component should keep going up. And he meant to say that when age progresses, then the ability to take risk is little less. That is what he meant. It's called thumb rule of de Broglie. Fine. There are also some other theory like Johnson, Benjamin Graham theory, like that is there. But anyway, all are based upon these concepts only. That you have to see consistency, higher alpha, low beta, low standard deviation, low expense ratio, good quality of portfolio, good track record of the fund house, fund managers. And this is where you have to build up your. Now, when you say all these things, how does this look like? Now, I will show you how does it look like. See, it looked like something like this. So I am going back to this to give you a sense actually. Oh my God, a new share. Where is that? Where is that? This should have been. Yeah, I think right. You can see the equity, the performance. No performance. No. This is given performance comparison is there. You can see. Look here. Last 1 year, you can see last 1 year performance, last 3 year performance, last 5 year performance since inception. Now scheme performance in this line, and Nifty performance in this line, and Nifty benchmark, two performance of Nifty, two benchmark having there. So this way you can see, and you will find if the scheme is concentrated doing the last 1 year is of course is a random thing. We should not see. Last 3 years you see, scheme has given 14%, benchmark has given 8%. So it's good. Last 5 years, scheme has given 12%. The benchmark 500 is given you 8%. No, you will see concentration of portfolio. Yeah, it is given more here. But then you can see the consistency. No, here you have also again consistency. So this way we recommend the schemes at the consistency. Now you can see this difference is outperformance, that is alpha. Then you will compare the expense ratio. You will compare the expense ratio. You will compare the track record of the fund manager Shankar Narayan. He's a big name. Prashant Jain, big name. And read their opinion and idea. And Prashant Jain, Shankar Narayan, and they are the big time. And they always come on the CNBC. Normally come on the CNBC and almost. Read them, listen to them. They will give you great insight. Look at, have a view on the portfolio, and as much as you have assets in you, no, so that you can see. So to show you some small models have been made. I have also made a small model here. So just wait, I will show you a small model, and which can help you. I will show you. I'm just opening a new file that will help you to understand what I mean to say. Working in SIP Excel, SIP retirement portfolio financial planning. Yeah, look here. Okay, let me share this. This is the last thing I'm showing you before I will throw the screen open to you. Look here, a person who is say 40 years of age, okay, 40 years of age, and he is planning for 20 years. 20 years, no. So assuming 20 years, so I will ask him, what is the rate of return of fixed deposit? Nowadays 5.5%. Now look here, and I say, what is the money that you have today? Fine, I am asking what is the money that you have today. This is let us do it. So small models have been made, and as a part of your project, normally people do this. And one of my students has made this for me and given me as a part of gift, so I do it. Benefit of students. So suppose I ask a person who is a 40-year-old, you can ask your parents, fine, and he says, oh, मेरे पास PPF में ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं है. People say, पता ही नहीं कितना है. Let us say I have say 5 lakh rupees in PPF, like that. Total present value. PF में कितना है पापा जी? तो पापा जी will say PF में कितना होगा? वही होगा, 4 लाख रुपए के आसपास होगा. पता नहीं है यार. NSC रखा भी नहीं है, पोस्ट ऑफिस करता भी नहीं हो, बैंक में कुछ है 10 लाख रुपया रखा हुआ हूँ, सब पैसे तो खर्च हुए आते हैं, है ना. People say normally like this. People have a lot of money. हाँ, I tell you, है ना. अंदर की बात, people have a lot of money. They do not know how much money they have. I am showing it to you. कंपनी डिपॉजिट्स, अरे एक आदमी करवा दिया था 2 लाख रुपए के आसपास का कंपनी डिपॉजिट्स है। इंश्योरेंस हाँ करवा दिए हैं, 2 लाख की पेडअप पॉलिसी है, 3 लाख की पेडअप पॉलिसी है, फाइन, ऐसे करके वो बोलेंगे, फाइन। फिर बोलेंगे कि म्यूचुअल फंड में कुछ लगाया इक्विटी पोर्टफोलियो में, हाँ कितना लगाया, कुछ मिलता होता नहीं है, बेकार ही है ना, कुछ लगाया नहीं, 4 लाख रुपए के आसपास होगा, ज्यादा नहीं होगा। डेट में बैलेंस में हाँ 2 लाख रुपए के आसपास होगा, ज्यादा नहीं होगा। और कुछ लिक्विड वगैरह में है, नहीं कुछ नहीं है, बैंक में कुछ नहीं रखते, वो सब जो है बैंक में और कहीं कुछ नहीं, लाइक दैट पीपल से नॉर्मली, फाइन। You can see I am doing all the calculation, है ना, onward. So equity I have taken a value at the rate of 12%, है ना. You can change this also. Balance 10%, debt 8%, FD 6% like that. And let's put 7%. No, put it 9%, not higher, so 11%. Bring it down. Fine. And now comes how much you can invest from now for next 20 years, Papa ji. So he says, पैसे बचते कहाँ से हैं? सारे पैसे तो खत्म हो जाते हैं. And still चलो तुम बोलते हो तो चलो महीने का 8,000 रुपए डाल देंगे. So where will you put in? He will say, I will put in 4,000 rupees in RD because I love RD. No, I love RD. Security. And I will say 4,000 rupees because you convinced me about mutual fund SIP, equity SIP. So, okay. So, Papa ji, after 20 years, no, means year is 2015. So, 2035, this model tells you, you will be having something called 1,65 lakh 53,000 rupees. Just what you do is that keep investing 8,000 rupees the way you planned it. No projection. This is called financial forecasting. Very simple form of financial forecasting. We are forecasting a simple financial forecasting. We are doing for a individual investor. Simple Excel, nothing big. But there are a lot of conditions that we put into over here. And why this is important? Let us say if the person is running his present lifestyle. Look here. The present lifestyle of the person is say he is running presently at a lifestyle of say 40,000 rupees. Let us say 50,000 rupees. Why 50,000 rupees per month? No. So after 20 years, no, assuming there is a 4% inflation, do you know how much he needs to maintain this lifestyle? He needs to maintain something called if the 4% is the cost and 20 years from here he has to plan. So present value, if I say he is spending 50,000 rupees, oh my God, he needs 1,09,000 rupees. If he has spent this amount of money, he will be able to maintain this lifestyle. And we say, we have a thumb rule that post-retirement, your expense comes down by 25%. So actually in real terms, you will need at that point of time nearly 80,000 money, right, per month. And look here, this 1,65 lakh rupees at 8%, no, let us say put 6%, why 8%, 6%, no. So 6%, how much this will give you? This will give you 6%, 6 divided by 1,200. So monthly. So it's exactly matching 82,000 rupees. Your financial planning is done, Papa. No. So when you select a stock, when you select a portfolio, look at consistency and look at consistency. And look at consistency, and then look at alpha, look at expense, look at the fund manager's ability to be consistent and perform, and look at the portfolio, at least cursory look. Balance between equity, debt, and balance. Look at the holistic view of all the money that you have, all the debt, all the equity that you have, all the liability that you have, all kind of cash flow that you are expecting, and all kind of cash outflow you are expecting. Children's education, personal expenses, world tour, anything that you feel like. So make a composition, and that college called financial planning sheet. No, you can take up this kind of a working, and you can design a financial planning sheet for a working executive in a software company at the age of 25. You can make a complete financial projection for till the age of 100 a year. Yes, you can do this. And these are sold in the market. Yes, these are sold in the market. You can definitely do this thing. No. So this was in nutshell, in a small, only I could able to give you only 3-4 things. Just understanding basics of mutual fund, concept of mutual fund, types of scheme, I will say to the extent of 60% I have covered, 40% नहीं बताया. डेट फंड में तो और कमती कर दिया था, 50%, 40%, 50%. रिस्क रिटर्न 20% बताया, ज्यादा नहीं बताया आपको. And portfolio, of course, holistic, we have gone almost all the aspects. Only thing we could have gone in more in detail and more in case study. Portfolio learning, portfolio making is about case study. You have a many a case, like case 1. a IT guy, 25-year age, not married. Second, 25-year-old guy, IT, married, married with kids. No, so there is a different kind of a requirement. Then you have a 35-year-old person who needs capital inflow because he has to construct his house. A 45-year-old man, a person, not old man, no, 45-year person, and who wants to still build up capital. So different priority, different kind of cash flow, so different kind of a financial forecasting. That is what we do. 5-6 thing I'm repeating in the last time. What we consider is that outperformance, consistency, alpha, expense ratio, portfolio, track record. If you look at this and distribute the equity, debt, and hybrid across different segments, understanding the risk profile of the investor, then that makes a good portfolio. No, this one. So do it, and I will send one book, and I some file a book. It's in soft copy to sir. Sir will forward to you. Just read that. That's a fundamentally a book issued by the NISM SEBI. Read that book. एग्जाम देने का मन नहीं है तो मत दीजिए, उसमें कोई जल्दीबाजी नहीं होती है, पढ़िए उसको. And go to Google, read over there, a lot of things are there. Go to YouTube, listen to how industry speaks, how industry comments. Read fact sheets. Download fact sheets in your home. Just flip through. Do not read much. Flip through. Just become familiar. But practice. Speak. Whatever you know, fantastic, great. But if you do not speak, then I do not know how much you know. Fine. So thank you, each one of you, and especially Suhani and Aditya, because I troubled you a lot by taking your name. And thank you, Andis sir, that you have been fantastic. Thank you, Savada sir, that you have been so kind enough, and Pratita sir, that you have given us opportunity to speak to you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. If you have any questions, please do ask.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bhardwaj, Aniruddha,
Yes, sir.
before you take over, just a couple of minutes, please give me.
Sure, sir.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Mr. Bhardwaj, I think no words can describe how excellent the your session has been and how useful it has been. Now, again, from the point of view of the students, I just wanted to know that if they were to take a short-term certification course in mutual funds from NISM,
Yes.
which course would you recommend?
Yeah, it's a NISM 5A module. Mutual fund, we have only one module. That is
Only
NISM 5A.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Only one module in there in NISM.
Right.
That
And
is
what is the duration?
says.
What is the duration for this module? How much time it will take?
No, sir.
For students, I think it's a preparation time could be say 12 to 15 hours is enough for them.
Yes, sir.
Enough for
12 to 15 hours.
Yeah,
so they will take an online examination on this.
Yes.
Online exam. So I think I think it will be necessary probably for all our finance specialized students to take this examination. It's better that they get a certification from NISM.
I have a point here to say, sir. SEBI is promoting this big way that it should go. So even training cost and all are not required to be borne by students. I will ask the agency in Lucknow that is called name I'm missing, and they have a person here, Sehwal. I think he is organizing on behalf of CDSL and on behalf of NISM. So they just to forward the name of the people, they will arrange the program, and you appear in the examination. That is all required. I think it's also scheme. The examination fee is also refunded to the student when they pass it. That is also a provision.
It's great.
Okay. So could you give
Sir,
us the reference? Could you get the name?
You.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Get
Sir,
the
I
name.
will touch you.
Yes.
Please give me the name. I will circulate to the students because the maximum of the students, they are interested to get the certificates from the NISM. Actually, in future and options and derivatives, they have got the certificates from NISM in my earlier batch.
Oh.
So I will set touch it with you, and please give me the name. Then I will arrange these things, whatever we want to do. Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Aniruddha.
Thank you, sir. Now I will open the floor for Q&A session.
Is anyone student, please Feel free to ask questions.
I am compelled to remark and use the words of Mr. Bhardwaj that younger people speak among themselves more
Yes,
and less before others.
yes,
Uh,
yes.
and persons of my generation, they speak more, uh, and they should be listening more. Okay, but they're speaking more. So it is like that. So, but please, I think you should not feel shy. Should not feel shy. Doesn't matter. Any doubts you have, any question under the sun. Okay, it may be out of the topic also. Please, speak to Mr. Bharadwaj and ask that question. Aniruddha, you have to ask some questions now.
Yes.
Your friends
Okay,
are not
sir.
asking. You have to ask some questions.
Okay, sir. So my first question would be, what should be the tenure be holding for a mutual fund to get standard percentage of return, sir?
Now, there are two parts of the question. One is the standard percentage of return. See, a standard percentage of return is a concept which who decides? The investor himself decides. How much return you expect, that is your risk appetite, your return expectation. So that part is not standardized, it's a customized kind of return. Now, what is the holding period? Normally, holding period is a very debatable issue. All depends upon if you are in equity, give some time to the fund manager. Normally, earlier we used to say 3 year, now we say 5 year. Depending upon the risk profile, we normally keep it a little longer. In ordinary investments should have a 5 year, because if you do bank FD for 3 to 5 years, 7 year, 10 year, so give this much of time to the investment. You see, because schemes are open-ended in nature, so it is always not standardized from the point of view of market discussion. It is always standardized from the point of view of individuals. And therefore, the requirement of consultant comes here into the picture, because he will advise you, sir, ye kar lijiye, ye withdraw kar lijiye. So standardization is very, very difficult to achieve over here. Customization is very, very simple to achieve over here. So little vague it ends out here.
Sir, sometimes if we are invested in a mutual fund scheme and suddenly that's not making a good profit, and sometimes companies advise us to switch to a new scheme. So will it be a very good decision to switch for a new scheme, or we should be wait for regaining of the market?
See, a mutual fund will never advise you whether to exit or whether to switch. They are very, very careful on this, because suppose they advise you to exit or switch, and then after that scheme performs, you will say, oh my God, why did you ask me to exit? Mutual fund will only tell you, please invest, please invest. They will never tell you when to exit. That's the one demerit of this industry. So they will tell you to invest. When to exit from the scheme? After good performance, never. Good performance should be retained. Good performance should not be said. Like suppose in your college, there are two students, one good and bad students. You have to remove one person. You will remove the bad students, not the good student. So similarly, good portfolio, bad portfolio. Retain good portfolio and remove the bad portfolio. So good performing stocks, good performing portfolios should always be retained. There's no doubt about that. Switching and exiting is a decision when you are able to meet your financial objective. You must exit, because why did you invest? To meet your financial goals. So then only you should exit. Performance, good performance is a matter of rejoicing and to retaining that into the portfolio.
Sir, can you give us some idea about the debt fund, sir?
Debt fund, very bigger area. No? I can give you briefly 5-6 sentences like
Yes,
debt
sure,
funds
sir.
are. So debt funds are basically for investors with a little lower risk appetite. Number one. Number two, those who want frequent cash flow, monthly cash flow, regular cash flow. Debt fund is very suitable to them. And third is that debt fund is also kind of parking fund. It's a good substitute of those who are in high tax bracket but do not want to pay high tax in the interest, so they can come into debt fund. So these are the 4-5 priorities why somebody should go into debt fund. Afterwards, debt fund gets basically investment depending upon the kind of a portfolio you make. Debt fund will give you a stability in the portfolio. Equity will give you volatility and opportunity in the portfolio. It will give you a stability in the portfolio. So debt is necessary. But to what extent, again, comes the question of your financial objective, financials, how you're planning going forward. No? So that is what you have to mix it together. So that way you can, types of schemes and all. Of course, I was quite short on debt fund. I can sense it. But 1 hour, 2 hours is little insufficient. Debt fund normally takes 3 to 5 hours. Almost it takes 1 day, because risk portion of debt has to be explained and measured also. Like I didn't say anything about duration, modified duration, average maturity. We didn't say about standard deviation. We didn't say about credit risk, then risk yield spread. I didn't speak about yield spread. So those areas almost take nearly 2 hours itself. So that way you can understand the debt profile. But debt, of course, gives you a lot of stability in your entire financial portfolio.
I think I'm tempted to ask a question based on what Anirudh asked.
Yes.
See, for particularly people who are having, low risk appetite or who are at an advanced age, inclination is to invest in fixed deposits. Okay. Now, many a time one gets an advice that why are you investing in fixed deposits? Why don't you invest in a liquid fund? In a liquid sum. That means a short duration debt instrument which will give you a return higher than your fixed deposit will give you.
Yes.
I think generally this is true. Okay.
Yeah.
So what would be your advice? That should one switch from fixed deposits to a liquid fund, or should one keep a balance between the two? What would you advise?
See, I will show you like this. What makes the biggest difference? You can see in Excel, I am doing in Excel for you. Fixed deposit, suppose you get 6%, like a 6%. And mutual fund, short-term debt normally gives you around 6.5%. Let us say 6.5%. I will not say 7.5%. Why to go for big one? Now look at the difference. What it makes the difference? Difference comes like this. Difference comes in taxation. You get the return in the form of interest, and then interest is taxable to the extent of your tax slab. Suppose somebody in 30% tax slab, I'm just assuming it, and he ends up paying literally 1.8% goes into tax, and he comes back home with 4.2%, 4.2%, 4.2%. That is it. Now look here. If you get 6.5% here, after 3 years, you get into long-term capital gain. Now, this is where comes the question of indexation. Now, indexation is a great thing. Now, suppose when you invested 2020, the indexation says index was suppose inflation index was 400, and by the time you withdraw in 2025, 5 years down the line, indexation became 500. Simple. So I will say the value of investment of 1 lakh actually has become 500 divided by 400, 1.25. So yeah, 1.25 guna 1 lakh rupees. So 1 lakh. So your actual value of 1 lakh has gone to 1.25 lakh rupees indexation stage. That means if the investment of this in 5-year times, 6 panche 30, almost it has become 135,000 rupees. 135,000 rupees. No, this is the amount you are getting, 135,000 rupees roughly. So taxation says you need not to pay a 135 tax. You need to pay only on 10,000, and that to 20%. So you flat pay tax 2,000 rupees and then done. The tax efficiency portion of this capital gain indexation on account of long-term capital gain, they give you literally a boost of nearly return plus by 1.5%. So effectively you get 4.2 and you end up probably having 6.2%, something like this, or 6.1%. That makes the big difference. So anybody who is into tax bracket should not go into fixed deposit, because you end up paying a very high tax. You should go into mutual fund, long-term capital gain, and there you take the benefit of indexation and end up paying literally no tax. That is the biggest difference. And so HNIs prefer to go into mutual fund, ultra short-term, medium-term duration funds, and this gives you in fact 7.5% return. Literally, it is around 7.5%. So you can make out, if it is even 7%, the kind of difference, 3% makes a huge difference at this point of time. So that is what to be considered.
Yeah, I think. Good. Yeah, Anirudh, you can take it forward now.
Okay, sir. So now I would like to thank Mr. Sanat Bharwat, sir, for giving us the time and such a wonderful knowledge sharing, which is very helpful to all the finance student, as well as those who are interested in finance, and also our respected faculties and all the attendees who have shown their patience for this workshop to make it successful. Thank you all for joining. We end our workshop here and have a great day ahead. Thank you, sir, and thank you all the respected faculty.
And I will
Thank-
also thank you to all the students as well as our academic dean sir and really this, Mr. Sanat Bharatji. Actually, we will send you some give you one certificate to you, sir, to your mail, okay, from our college as well as our finance club. So we send you through your mail.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
uh,
Okay.
thank you again, Mr. Bharadwaj. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir.